Another gloomy start to day 3, but it's moving day in this CSA 4-day series match between the DP World Lions and the Momentum Multiplied Titans. The game fairly posed. 239 for 6 is where the Titans find themselves in their first innings. They needed to do a recovery job midway through day 2 with a really good partnership between Corbin Bosch and Nandile Petlukwayo, 55 and 53 respectively. And the Lions had bowled really well on day 2 to restrict them to 57 for 6 before this partnership. And it's a good one. I'd look to extend this in the first hour of day 3. Some welcome runs for Andile Petlukwayo, whose numbers in international cricket have polarized a lot of people, so he'll be very much confident about how he's been able to bat in this particular first innings for the Titans and do a recovery job alongside a man who's also equally as capable with the bat in Corbin Bosch. He's still some way away, though, from the Lions' first innings total of 316 all out. It was an opportunity for the Lions to possibly push to 350 and get close to 400 yesterday. And I guess the key was Connor Esterhuizen, who ran himself out inside that first hour. And then from then on, it was a bit difficult for them to really seize the advantage and put on 350 and possibly 400 on the board. But it should be a really good day of 4-day cricket here at the Bull Ring, as the Corbin Bosch and Nandile Petlukwayo will resume the Titans' first innings. Out come the umpires, Brad White and Mazizi Gampu, who've had a really good 4-day match here at the Bull Ring. And some really good decisions. Not alone in the commentary box. Mpo Saloa's alongside me, Mpo. Moving day, always exciting day 3. And we have a really good day in store for us.
Yeah, Pilar. It's a grey morning here at the Bull Ring. The first session will be important for both sides, particularly. And as we both know, the first hour of the longer version of the game with that red ball poses, a lot of questions. The batters can't come out guns blazing. Shot selection will be important. The bowlers, the lengths, the lines will be important, equally as important. I must, say regarding that partnership yesterday, I'd say, Titans find themselves in a very difficult position, and Bosch and Petlukwayo, batted themselves in a good position and got Titans to a good total here. And we'll see what day 3 has in store for us.
How important is them extending this partnership, Bob, because they're still some way away from 316. And obviously, a target and first prize for them is to try and get past that, wipe out the deficit, and then build on from there. But how important is this pair to the Titans' cause of wiping out this first innings deficit?
Pilar, I think, this partnership will be important. As I said, the first hour of this morning session will be important. It'll be up to the batters, to get themselves in. We both know the first 50 balls, first 50 balls of the first sessions are very, very, very important. I think Andile would be in, high up there with confidence, because he needs this knock, and he's done well. He's stuck through, dug deep, and Bosch as well supported him on the other end. And it'll be a very interesting morning session, overcast, bit of damp in the pitch. It was covered, got a bit of air. There's a bit of wind in the air, so we'll see how that first session plays.
What was evident yesterday in how the Lions started with the ball. They didn't start as accurately as they would have wanted to. Something sort of clicked midway through that day yesterday where Sipamla and Tsepo Moreki, who will start us off on this third morning, found their groove. 2 wickets apiece for Moreki and for Sipamla, and a couple of contributions from the other bowlers, including Delano Potgieter. So it's important for them as well, the Lions, to be able to wrap up this first innings and try and get a first innings lead that they can build on. Not a lot of time left in this match. Tsepo Moreki goes to Pehluwayo.
Oh, brilliant start there. Back of a length, outside off. Tsepo Moreki brought in good energy yesterday, Pila. He's a man on a course, you know, he's hitting that back of a length. He's asking those questions. And this will be a very important spell for him. He's high on confidence as well. So it's the battle of confidence this morning.
Obviously went on that test tour to New Zealand, Tsepo Moreki, earlier on in this year. It's one man that the Lions look for in terms of leading this attack. He's got quite a bit of experience now. Started his career down in KZN, moved to the Titans, went down to the Cobras, moved back to the Titans, went down to the Cobras, and finds himself here at the Bull Ring now. So he's had to travel a fair bit to seek out some constant opportunities, and he's made the Bull Ring his home for the past 2 seasons. That's earned him a test call and a test cap with the colours of South Africa.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Pila. The man has travelled. The man has travelled. I think I'd say that, you know, he's found himself a home here, and I think leading this attack will do him good. You know, I mean, he's been recognised and could be in line again, you know, to play for South Africa in the future. Oh, great ball outside off there. Pehluwayo up in arms. This will be a true test. True test. Who's going to give in first? Who's going to give in first? That first session, first couple of overs in the morning session will lead the way for the day. And Pila, just a question. I mean, as an ex-player, a bowler yourself, what would be your game plan in these conditions at this time?
Got to make him play, isn't it? I think that's the golden rule, especially with overcast conditions. You got the side 6 down. You're still 77 runs ahead. You have to try and make this lower order play as much as possible. The first 5 balls, Pehluwayo has only had to defend 1 of them. So it's so important for Tsepo Moreki, Sipamla, Potgieter and company. Make sure that they create opportunities by making Pehluwayo and Bosch play. Made an over to start day 3. 239 for 6.
Brilliant over to start us off by Tsepo Moreki. And yes, I agree with you. You know, as a leading bowler, bowling to the lower order, as per se, or middle order. I mean, both the batters are well in their 50s. I think you gotta have to make them play at some point. But maybe it could be a plan as well. Let's see how many they can leave before they get tempted. Could be a plan. Probably they went into the dugout yesterday and said, okay, we gave too many away in the last session after tea. Maybe let's go outside off. Let's see how it goes. And we've got Sipamla also leading the way with Tsepo Moreki.
2 for 56 and 15 overs that he bowled Lutho Sipamla yesterday. Bowled superbly, but in patches. He needs to hit his strap very early on day 3. Nice start. Good fielding.
Brilliant start there by Sipamla there. Outside off, hitting the outside half of the bat, going past gully, with brilliant fielding. I must say there's quite something in the wicket. There's a bit of movement, couple of spiders here and there. I mean, the batters had to work quite hard yesterday. And if you've got 2 bowlers with their tails up, could be a danger to the batting side.
How disappointed would the Lions have been yesterday then, Paul, not to have finished off this Titans innings? If you had the side down for less than 6 down for less than 100, you automatically expect to wrap it up and have a huge advantage going into your second innings.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Yeah, they must be disappointed. And they got too comfortable, in my opinion, in the last session. There's Sipamla running in. Back of a length, outside off. Cut shot, just in front of square. Gone to the boundary. 4 runs for Bosch. I think Sipamla just missed his length there a bit. Bosch capitalized.
Yeah, super shot. First runs of day 3.
Yeah, coming back to that point of, giving it away. I think, as we know, we get comfortable after we get a quick couple of wickets, and then we get too comfortable. We bowl the wrong lines, and then.
Bowled him! That is so good from Sipamla. After being driven on the up by Bosch, the previous ball, he goes full and straight. And Corbin Bosch adding just 4 runs to his overnight score and to the Titans' overnight score. It's Sipamla who produces a spectacular ball.
Oh, that's a brilliant nut from Sipamla. Unplayable. Even a man on his 50s couldn't get that. And I mean, that's a good recovery after being hit through the covers. And the man backed himself. I'm going to go straight. Let me ask that question. The question paid off. Titans 243 for 7. And a brilliant innings comes to an end.
Yeah, it didn't take long for the Lions to strike and break this partnership. To Sipamla, 3 for 60 now. The Titans still quite a long way away from that first inning score of the Lions. 2 for 3 for 7. They do bat deep. Dayan Khalim, capable all-rounder in this Titan side, strides out to the middle at number 9. Having a guy who bats pretty much in the top order in the white ball format, coming in at number 9 in this red ball format, will give the Titans plenty of confidence to be able to knock off the remaining 73 runs. But a really great start from Sipamla and the Lions.
A brilliant start there from the Lions of Sipamla. And we've got Khalim taking guard, and the man can hold the bat. He can bat. But now in the red ball, did well was batting at the top of the order in the T20 challenge. And now it'll be a true test of character in the red ball stuff. Will he get Titans closer? Let's wait and see.
2 slips and a gully. And at point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. Short, wide. And cut away and only finds the fielder. Does Dain Khalim. You got to make them play, isn't it? I think that's the golden rule for the Lions as they look to wrap up this innings. I think the first over from Tsepo Moreki really set the tone and the precedent of what they want to do on this day 3 morning, the Lions, in their effort to try and wrap up this innings. A maiden over and then followed by a wicket by Sipamla in the second over of day 3. Full and straight again.
Straight. No, that's correct, Pilar. Brilliant over from Sipamla, picking up 1 wicket, 243 for 7. Coming back to your point about Moreki opening that, having that brilliant maiden over in the first over, I mean, set the tone for Sipamla to follow up. And I mean, that's, as they say, bowling, you have to bowl in partnerships. You have to bowl in partnerships. If the other one is closing the shop, the other one needs to attack. And like we said, one has to make them play, and Sipamla did that exceptionally well in that previous over, earning himself a wicket as well. Couple of dot balls, closed off the over very well. Sipamla coming in for his second over of the day.
Oh, that's good. That's good for Moreki.
Moreki, excuse me.
First match for both of these sides. Of course, they had to wait a little bit, extra time to prepare for this opening fixture in the 4-day competition because they were involved in that T20 final. At first blood for them in this competition could be huge.
Oh, another dot ball from Moreki, back of a length. Solid block from Petlegwaya. And yes, Pilar, who draws the first blood? It's a local derby. It's as if it's Orlando Pirates and Chiefs.
I know you're a Pirate supporter.
Definitely, definitely. So let's see who's going to draw the first blood today. It's been a lot of local rivalry, and the boys are keen. Played some good cricket over the last couple of days.
I wanted to speak about the significance of this Petlegwaya knock with you, Mposolowa, because, as I said in the introduction to this day 3, his numbers at international level have been a talking point in cricket circles around the country. They feel as though he should have better numbers at that stage, having had the opportunities that he's had. 53 of 107 deliveries. That's a long time. He's batted for a long time. A swing again from Moreki through bat and pad. He's got it going both ways this early day 3 morning, Tsepo Moreki. And then the importance of him making sure that he gets something notable on the board. He has already crossed 50, so a lot of the hard work, the foundation he's set in being able to put on a significant score here for himself personally, but also for the Titans team. How important is this knock for Andile Petlegwaya in the context of his career, and of course this match, in a bid to win this match?
Another dot ball from Moreki there. Just to follow up with what Pila is saying, this must be an important knock for Petlegwaya. And yes, the numbers, they could be better, but let's just say that he's working on his game. And I mean, the man wants to do well for himself and for the team as well. And I mean, if you're batting at number 7 or so, that usually was a keeper's position back in the day, not in the modern game. And I mean, he's given himself time. Titans are 243 for 7. He's giving himself time, and it's very important. And I mean, preparing for the incoming tours. You know, we've got India, we've got Sri Lanka, we've got Pakistan. Should be knocking on those 50 over format doors, and this will be a good prep for him.
Not involved in the 4-match T20 series against India, which starts tomorrow. Andile Pehlukwayo. Oh, shout. Brad White immediately shakes his head. Ryan Khalim pointing to his thigh, maybe too high. So he's got the opportunity to play a lot of cricket. Andile Pehlukwayo. Prove himself again and say to the coaching staff, both the red ball and the 50 over coaches, Shukri Conrad and Rob Walter, to say, I'm still a man that can do a job for South Africa, and not just with the ball. His numbers with the ball are fine. It's the bat that has a lot of people get their tongues wagging about whether he should or should not be in there. So this little period for him in domestic cricket is so important, to be able to rebuild that confidence, spend time out in the middle, bat as long as he wants to. There's a couple of other 4-day matches that are scheduled before the end of the year. So for him, it should be a target to be able to play all those games for the Titans, spend as much time as possible, get some notable scores. He started well here, 53. Lovely from Sipamla.
Yes, look, we could say that could be a man on a reinvention mission. And as they say, batters mature quite late. Maybe this could be his time where he's just realized that I actually don't need to play all these shots that I've been playing all these years. I just need to give myself time. And I believe this could be the time where he is going to avail himself for all these Titans, longer version of the game, so that he can produce.
And the competition in terms of all-rounders is heightening, isn't it? The emergence of a Jason Smith, who did so well on the tour of the UAE. Vian Mulder now seemingly like he's realizing his full potential with bat and ball in all formats for South Africa. The way that Marco Jansen has started his international career, he's got some fantastic numbers early doors in his career. Patrick Kruger, who's taken to international cricket like a duck to water. So there's a lot of competition for him. And the only thing that he's in control of is his performances. Pulled away.
Oh, pulled away.
Emphatically also from Dayan Khalim. There's no one back there. 4 more to the Titans score.
Sipamla dropped it short there. Khalim wasn't going to let that chance go. Rocked back, pulled it. No one in the deep. Brilliant shot. Coming back to your point, Pilar. Yes, there is a lot of competition. As you say, he has to kind of prove himself again, because times change, people change, and his game changed, to be quite honest. I mean, there was a time where him and David Miller were the finishers of South African cricket. Ooh, brilliant ball. Could be a nick. It's out. Full ball outside off. Khalim couldn't resist but go for the drive, nicked it, caught behind. Brilliant opening spot here from Sipamla. You'd say, Pila?
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. You can almost say it's the perfect setup. Dropped it short the first ball, then follow-up ball was so important. Had Dain Khalim driving outside that off stump and could only manage an edge. And Sipamla, inside the first 10 minutes, has 2 wickets for the Lions. Dain Khalim has gone for 4. It's 247 for 8.
Brilliant start there by Sipamla. This is a good piece of cricket. Good period of cricket, if we could say. We did mention that the first hour is going to be very important, and it's so proving to be so correct that the Lions had a plan. The chat, I'm pretty much sure, was, guys, let's go out there, let's do what we did before tea, and they have delivered.
I've been speaking about the importance of Andile Pehlukwayo batting through and possibly getting himself close to 100. He's under jeopardy of running out of partners here, the way that Sipamla is going. Merrick Brett, a youngster from the University of Pretoria, strides out to the middle, number 10. There's 2 fabulous overs from Sipamla. He's picked up wickets in his first 2 overs of day 3. Corbin Bosch and Dain Khalim back in the hut early for the Titans. Still trailed by 69 runs.
And yes, Pila. Pehlukwayo seems to be running out of partners. Could this mean that the game plan will change?
Flicked away. Fine leg is too square. That's gone fine. It's off the pad, says Mazizi Gampu. It's not off the bat, but it's still crucial runs for the Titans. I don't think that the game plan should change from a batting point of view. 250 is up for the Titans, especially for Andile Pehlukwayo. I think Merrick Brett is still good enough with the bat to hang around and usher him close to wiping out that deficit first and then look for personal milestones like 100. So I don't think necessarily his game plan should change. Yes, Merrick Brett is coming in at 10, but at junior level cricket, club cricket, senior provincial cricket, he's batted much higher than that.
Can hold the bat. Definitely can hold the bat. He'll just have to play that supporting role to Pehlukwayo. Oh, brilliant ball from Mureki. Pehlukwayo up in arms. Yeah, I believe, he could be playing that supportive role to Pehlukwayo there. And I must say, Pila, I'm quite pleased with the temperament that Pehlukwayo has had in this innings. He's managed to compose himself, play himself in, and hasn't been rash about his innings.
I think it's good experience also for him now to be batting with the tail. He obviously now assumes the senior partner role in a lot of the partnerships since Corbin Bosch and then Dain Khalim, now Merrick Brett. So the onus and the responsibility is with him, Andile Pehlukwaya. So it's another scenario that you look at and how he is able to do that. Another lovely ball from Tsepo Moreki. So there's a lot of things at play now in this Andile Pehlukwaya innings. Maturity, that's the word that you look at from a batting point of view in this innings for Andile Pehlukwaya. How mature is he? Emotionally mature to be able to wipe out this deficit. Don't want to concede too many runs in the first innings to the home side. The final ball of this Moreki over. Lovely start from Tsepo Moreki and Luto Sipamla. Titans still trail by 64 runs. It's 251 for 8.
Yeah, brilliant start from the Lions this morning. And as Pila mentioned, yes, the experience in Pehlukwaya, this will be a crucial time. You know, the man has got a huge amount of experience. I mean, playing at the highest of the levels. Brilliant opportunity, you know, to stamp his name and say, guys, maybe I could be up for selection for the red ball. Just maybe. I can't be just, you know, put in that corner for the white ball. But maybe this will be a brilliant opportunity for him to ask those questions and say, Shooks, I'm also available.
Oh, close, close.
Could that
Might have had an inside edge there, Merrick Brett.
Or
Quickly
pitching
onto that
outside?
front foot, yeah.
Or pitching outside, probably. Brilliant ball, though.
Oh, just maybe got that front leg outside the line, Merrick Brett. Sipamla's been at the stumps this whole morning, 4 for 64, chasing a fifer.
Man has got his tail up. Ooh. Could that be close? Hit in the back pad. Another brilliant ball by Sipamla. Tail up. He wants to get this over and done with, hey Pila?
Oh, that is so close. That is really close. Might well be on height there from umpire Brad White. Two very close calls on consecutive balls. It's good to see Sipamla back fit and firing again. Had that terrible back injury that kept him out for a very long time. He's at the money, you know. He really is on the money here, Sipamla. Also back in South Africa's T20 squads for the third and fourth T20s. Had to work hard to get back in the fold. Luto Sipamla had a really good T20 challenge, one of the standout performers for the Lions, who went back to back.
Yeah, he's had a brilliant season. The man has got his tail up. Ooh, brilliant ball. Just a bit foolish. Catching the outside half of the bat. Look, Pilar, he's asking all the relevant questions. 2 hitting the pads, 1 missing the outside half of the bat, 1 getting the outside half of the bat. It shows that this is a man that's very confident, sticking to his plan, and ready. You know, he's ready for his fiver. 4 for 64 in 17.4. The man is looking for that fiver.
It's very good. Really good from Sipamla. He's creating all the pressure. Moreki is also creating pressure from the other end. It's the kind of start that the Lions would have wanted, having given away a bit of the advantage yesterday. Testing over from Sipamla. 5 dot balls. Brett yet to get off the mark.
Sipamla giving nothing away here, Pila. Absolutely nothing.
Pulled away. And it will beat Cody Yusuf to the fence. After a testing start to the over, Luto Sipamla gives it away from the final delivery. Merrick Brett good enough to pull it away for 4. That's 255 for 8.
Yeah, Sipamla went a bit short, just a tad short there. And Merrick just leaned back and pulled it just in front of square. It was a tough chase to say, but at some point it looked like he was going to get there, but couldn't. But the Titans are 255 for 8. The deficit 61 now. And these two have been in hunting in pairs. They need to be proud of themselves. It's a brilliant start by Moreki and Sipamla. We've got Moreki 2 for 31 after 14. He would also have his confidence quite up because he is hitting the deck hard. Back of a length outside off. Defended solidly by Petlekwai there. And I mean, Pilar, this bowling partnership would remind you of Adele Steyn or Mone Morkel bowling on the other side, Vernon Philander, hunting in pairs.
It's also the lengths that they've bowled, Moreki and Sipamla. They've been up to the bat. They've forced Pehlukwayo, Bosch, Khalim, and now Merrick Brett to play. So it's so important, especially here in the Highveld. A lot of people always speak about not getting carried away because traditionally you know it's going to be a bouncy, fast surface. You still got to bowl the ball in the right areas. I think that's what Moreki and Sipamla have done. Lovely again. Just getting Pehlukwayo to come forward a little bit is Tsepo Moreki. Love to see him maybe use the variation of that short ball, but I think for now the lengths that he's hitting is so perfect in pop because I mean, you got 2 slips and a gully still employed. Initial plan is to try and nick him off and then revert to plan B if that doesn't work out. Cut away, so good from Pehlukwayo. His first runs of the morning. Just a bit of width from Moreki. The only time in 3 overs that he's really just missed his mark. And Pehlukwayo, good enough, awake enough to dispatch it for 4.
Yeah, Pehlukwayo gave himself some time there. Those are his first runs for the day. You know, as we said, the first 50 balls will be important. And he's playing towards his plan. Leave what needs to be left. Block what needs to be blocked. Bad ball, I mean, was given a bit of width and capitalized. Oh, brilliant ball from Moreki. Good comeback there. and we'll take that dot. The lines, like you're saying, you know, they've bowled perfect lines all morning, and getting the batter to play and coming forward as well, asking that question, getting two to hit the pad, and yeah, high fault. You have to make them play. Don't only defend. Don't only expect the ball, you know, to give you that bounce. You gotta bowl it, let it do the work. You also put in the work as well.
Just 4 from the Tsepo Moreki over. It's 259 for 8.
Just the 4. Brilliant over. And coming back to, you know, the innings that, or the role that Petlekwayo has played. And as a senior player in the team making his debut for the Titans, this is actually a good time for him, you know, to prove himself. Coming from the Dolphins, I mean, grew up there, played most of his cricket up there, down there, and having to make this move. What do you think could have encouraged this move for him to come up to the Titans?
I think it could have been a combination of things, you know. But I think an environment is always the one thing that players look at. One change now is when cover comes to a catching mid-wicket for Merrick Brett. Double bluff, but he's good enough. Merrick Brett. Setting up for that short delivery was Lutu Sipamla. Produces the half volley. And Brett good enough to be on that front foot and knock it back down past the bowler for 4. Perfect on drive.
We could easily say that's the shot of the morning. Full face of the bat presented there.
So I think it's a combination of things. Petlekwayo has moved for. Oh, that is so good. That's cut Merrick Brett literally in half. Good take behind. Connor Esterhuizen. This is a peach of a ball from Sipamla.
Brilliant comeback from Sipamla there. Full beating the inside, missing off stump. Tell you what, any bowler will take that any day, Pila. Any day. You'd think, oh, but that is a brilliant ball. That's a top ball, top delivery.
And he just needs to hit the stumps.
Just.
It's lovely. This is a nice hand now for Merrick Brett. He's straight Sipamla on that occasion and clipped off his legs beautifully by the youngster. There's 2 4s in this Sipamla over now.
Yeah, a bit too straight there. And Merrick not turning that down. Lovely flick through mid-wicket. Sipamla will be kicking himself with those 2 boundaries this over. I mean, he's gone too straight. You know, from the previous over where he went just outside off. And then now he's attacking those pads. Now probably the plan could be, let's get this LBW. It's back on that 3rd, 4th stump line. I mean, that's where he was the previous over, Pila.
Yeah, it's a bit haphazard at the moment in this over for Sipamla. He's just bowling beautifully to Bosch and Khalim, just targeting that 4th stump line. He's come a lot straighter to Merrick Brett. Let's just be careful not to be lured into a sense of, a feeling of, I want to make sure that I go for the magic ball every delivery to the lower order. Mention the fact that Merrick Brett can bat. So I think the plan to the previous batters is as good a plan to Merrick Brett, numbers 10 and 11. Don't try to change too much. Inside half of the bat, but there's protection down at the square leg boundary. It's a good over for Merrick Brett and for the Titans. He got 9 off that Sipamla over. It's 2-6-8 for 8.
Yeah, Pila, coming back to that point, and I mean, as a bowler, you would know there's sometimes those phases where you feel you've beat the bat a couple of times. Let me just be a bit greedy and just go a bit straight. And I guess batters also think like bowlers. And so as bowlers do need to think like batters. I know I've been given a couple of balls outside off. A straight one is bound to come because it's going for the pads. And also it could be a strategy where you feel you've seen that as a bowler, you see that the batter is falling over a bit. Let me try and test them on the straight one. I could be lucky. But in more phases than none, the ball always goes to the boundary, isn't it?
It inevitably does. Just want to finish off that point about Phehlukwayo making the move to the Titans. And when you spend so much of your time in your home province, the environment sort of becomes overly familiar. And to a point where it becomes a little bit monotonous, you already can anticipate how the day is going to go. You're comfortable with the environment. And we made mention of the fact that Moreki has moved quite a bit in his career. And sometimes just moving out of your comfort zone can work wonders for your career. Sometimes it might just stagnate your career even further because you're now ripped out of your comfort zone. You don't have a lot of support. You don't have a lot of family around. It's a good thing that Phehlukwayo has a guy like Sibs Makanya in this Titan squad to bounce off. They both grew up together in KZN. So essentially, for him to make the move, I think, in my opinion, it's a good one because he moves away from an environment that he knows so well. And also conditions. A lot of the times the conditions have changed a lot in Durban. A lot of people now make reference to the fact that why are South Africa playing a test match against the subcontinent side on spin-friendly conditions down in the coast. Got him! So good for Moreki all morning long. It was Sipamla who got much of the reward in the first hour of this morning. And Moreki finally gets rid of Merrick Brett, who was looking comfortable. And the Lions are just 1 wicket away from wrapping up this Titans' first innings. Merrick Brett has to go for 13. It's 2-6-8 for 9.
Brilliant stuff there by Moreki. And we could say that Sipamla kind of did most of the work in setting this up. But brilliant stuff by Moreki there, outside off. Merrick prodding at it, getting a faint edge to the keeper. This partnership looked like it was going somewhere, Pilar, but the two bowlers have done their work this morning. Merrick goes for 13, and we've got Tsepo and Tandwa walking in and joining Pehlukwayo. Pehlukwayo again running out of partners. I mean, 57 from 122 balls. He spent a lot of time out there. And he would be hoping that let me at least have a partner to survive with me until lunch here. But we'll see what happens now. But the bowlers have got their tails up. Moreki, 3 for 35 and 15.4.
268 for 9. We still trail by 48 runs. The momentum multiplied Titans. You asked me about a game plan that might change from Andile Pehlukwayo, then it might well be now. With the last man in, Tsepo Ndwando can move through the gears. Can Pehlukwayo? You might see a lot more expensive shots from the left-hander. Pehlukwayo to the new man, Ndwandwa. Oh, that's a good ball.
It's a top nut, that. That is a brilliant ball. I mean, you've got 3 slips in a gully. You've opened up the covers. You go back over length. Let me push him back on the back foot. Let me push him back. You've employed 3 slips, 1 gully. Let me give you guys some work.
268 for 9. Pehlukwayo on 57 of 122. Tsepo Ndwando just joining him on the 2 deliveries that he's faced. Bali Mokoko just sliding into the commentary box alongside me. How brilliant has this morning been for the Lions, Bali?
Hi, good morning to you, Pilar, and good morning to everyone at home. Been watching the game for the last 45 minutes, and it's been brilliant from both ends in terms of the bowling from the Lions. Sipamla, you know, he's on form. I think we could have wrapped up the innings quite earlier. And you've had Tsepo Moreki doing the job on the other end. And so far, so good. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing here. And, you know, Andile Pehlukwayo is looking very, very solid. And he is showing that he is a pro-tier and a senior. And, you know, one never really gets to experience him playing in this format of the match. So, yeah.
It's been very good, Sipamla and Moreki.
Yeah, I just think they probably hoping to wrap up within the next 15 minutes and just give themselves ample time to put a good number of runs for the second innings. And, you know, with, you know, Pehlukwayo standing strong, and also he'll want to play and just score a bit of runs and try and get the deficit, the runs to, you know, closer to 300, so that you don't have a big deficit when you know, when you come into bowl.
And then it becomes a time factor now, doesn't it, Bali? Because the pace in which the Lions have to go at in their second innings with the bat is going to be interesting in an effort to try and push the result. There is also a forecast for inclement weather for possibly later on in the day, today and tomorrow. So how they go about their batting innings is going to be so important. But this final wicket and how quickly they get it is so crucial for them to be able to give themselves enough time to be able to get quick runs and enough time to get 10 wickets in to round off the match.
Surely the skipper, the Lions skipper, is probably thinking at the back of his mind, what would be a good total or a good score to set? And looking at the weather, because when I checked the weather, there's rain expected this afternoon. Also, they want their bowlers to get the wickets quite quickly and go in there, score the runs a bit quicker, put in a good score and give themselves a chance to actually get a result. That's just another run by Petluwayo. He's now on 58 after 126 balls, and with the score being 269 for 9.
Yeah, it's interesting that he actually took the single there. Petluwayo is putting faith and trust in the batting abilities of Tsepondwando, the number 11. Still has 2 balls to negotiate, though.
Yeah, well, he needs to face the ball at the end of the day. You can't hide him forever. You need to have faith in your number 11.
3 slips and a gully for Sipamla. I want to wrap this up very quickly now. The Lions. These two would have played some cricket together, Tsepondwando and Tutu Sipamla, down in their Eastern Province and Warriors days.
Yeah, quite familiar faces. Seems like a whole lot of players move from the coast, and when their careers are picking up and just come and enjoy their cricket in the high veld. And totally different conditions once you move to the high veld. And yeah.
We breed some really good cricketers down in the coast in Bali. I'll have you know that, though.
What happened to you?
I'm the exception. There's always an exception.
Well, somebody needs to do the commentary. Somebody needs to write the stories and tell the good stories about some of these cricketers.
One from the Sipamla over. It's 269 for 9.
Earlier I thought the sun was coming out finally, but seems like it's gone back and there's lots of cloud cover. And you just wonder how much is the ball going to do this afternoon? And you look at the pitch and you look at everything that is, even the wind, there's a strong gust of wind blowing across the beautiful Wanderers. We all know this is a wonderful stadium with a great pitch. And you want to utilize the pitch as a bowler, as a batsman. You want to make the most of it.
I think that's a great point that you make, because the Titans won't be too disheartened about the current weather conditions, because it also gives them the opportunity to nip away some quick wickets in the Lions' second innings and try and reduce whatever they do get as a target very early on.
Well, he seems to be hitting the spot, Mureki. He's on the mark. He's definitely on the mark, making Petluwayo play. And Petluwayo, I must say, he's standing solid from yesterday afternoon. I think him and Kevin Borch were the rescue team to get the Titans to where they are currently. They had to work, and from where they were at some point to where they are right now, it doesn't look that bad. Good shot, but go straight to the fielder. So great cricket all round there.
Spread the field now for Petluwayo. There's 3 men back on the leg side. Long on. There's a cow corner and deep square leg. Kaya Fagude is a man that's stationed halfway towards the boundary on the offside, sort of a deep point.
Yeah. And I just like how he's very patient. He's solid, gets the odd one. And it seems like, he'll give him his teammate an opportunity to just face two balls, but it shows that he trusts him. He's given him the responsibility to actually fend off the over and just make sure that he sticks in there. But what I like is that the longer you keep the Lions bowling, the more frustrated they become, because they were hoping to probably wrap up or get the last 4 wickets that they had this morning before the first hour, and then that give themselves an ample chance to put a good score on board. Another dot from Tsepo Moreki. So, Pila, if you were the skipper, would you continue with this bowling partnership, or would you bring a change in bowlers?
Well, they still have Cody Yusuf, who's as good as Moreki and Sipamla have bowled. It's a good leave.
Yeah. Looked like a solid top order batsman there.
So I'd still be tempted to go with this combination of Moreki and Sipamla.
I mean, they've done the job. They've gotten the 3 wickets this morning, 2 and 1, with Sipamla taking 2 sticks and Moreki taking the 1 wicket that looked like it was going to become a bit of a challenge, with Merrick Brett scoring good cricket shots there.
Left on length again from Tsepo Ndwanda. 270 for 9.
And Tsepo has been around, so he's no junior when it comes to the game. Like you say, they played in the coast, down there in the Eastern Cape earlier, in the earlier careers with Luto. And yeah, they find themselves here now in the Highveld. Should we call it the Jukskei Derby? Titans versus the Lions? It's always an interesting contest whenever these two teams face each other. We just saw a week ago when they faced each other in the T20, with the Lions drawing first blood, obviously being crowned the T20 champions, and Luto just finding form in the last few games, and taking those 4 wickets and just only going for the 20 runs, and which has gotten him a call up at the national team. Should have been 1.
Just biding his time now, Phehlukwayo.
Yeah, I think like we were talking earlier, that he'll try and delay the Lions coming to bat. So the only way he can do so is only if he protects his wicket, doesn't play any loose shots. If the ball is there to be hit, he'll definitely hit it. And we know we can hit it a long way, just like that. And that's 4 runs to Andile Phehlukwayo. That's a great shot.
I was waiting for that. That is a big shot from Phehlukwayo. How long would he have waited to be able to play those shots? He's in with number 11, has to wipe out this deficit as quickly as possible. We'll see plenty of those shots, especially with the field spread. It went through Bjorn Fortuin like a trace of bullet. Long on and long off are not quite on the boundary. They're a couple of meters off, Cody Yusuf and Bjorn Fortuin.
And there's always one on the offside, in which he turns down right now, protecting his partner from, the dangerous Luto Sipamla.
3 balls left in this over. It's also now a thinking job for the Lions captain. Oh, he's ducked straight into that. That's hit him before he could even move. Andile Phehlukwayo. I think he's broken that helmet.
Yeah, and that's a nasty one. That was quick.
Oh, that's not nice. I don't think Andile Phehlukwayo is too happy about it as well.
Yeah. Medics will have to come onto the field and just check if he's okay. Already see the medics man running to the field. He's just going to have a look at him and see if he's okay. You know, it's never nice getting one of those as a batsman. Whether you're an opening batsman or lower order batsman, they are never nice. Have you ever gotten hit?
Nah, never. Use your bat all the time. All the time, you use your bat, Bali.
Well, just one day it may happen.
Never.
There are always stories.
Don't bowl there.
We all know that.
Don't bowl there. He's holding his shoulder and the top of his ear here, Andile Phehlukwayo, so I might have just glanced off the shoulder before it cannoned onto that helmet.
Yeah, but I could hear it hit the helmet from here, the commentary booth. I knew that was quick.
Sipamla was a little bit upset himself that he was hammered back past him. I had a look at him and sort of threw up the arms and asked Phehlukwayo, why me?
Yeah, but also gives the Lions a chance to actually have a meet, have a drinks break at it while at it, and just discuss what needs to be done. I mean, they can't be on the field for, you know, for the next 30 minutes. Surely they're coming up with the strategy. Okay, guys, you see that he's not taking the singles. He'll probably want to go for the big shots. What do we then do? What's a reasonable amount of runs that we need to set when you come in? Because obviously you're thinking ahead. You're not only thinking about the bowling now. What would be a good score to set for the Lions to chase?
Yeah, there's plenty of those questions that will be asked and going through Dominic Hendricks and the Lions camp. So I think anything past 250 here could be challenging in the batting last on the surface.
Having spoken about the various factors, weather conditions, hoping that the weather will still be the same, and also you're hoping that there isn't rain, you know, so that you get a full day's play of cricket, you know, and try and give yourself a chance at you know, trying to get a win.
Seems to be okay, Andile Phehlukwayo.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. Probably got him hit before.
Yeah, there's so many variables that will be at play. I think the first prize and what will be on Dominic Hendricks' mind, other than his birthday, of course, because it's his birthday today, Tom Hendricks.
Well, happy birthday to him. I hope he scores 100. That would be nice.
Another short ball. And just dab down to a sweeper for one.
So Ndwanda only has to deal with one ball from Luto.
So that will be on his mind. Dom Hendricks is, I think, the first point of call is to make sure that they get this final wicket. get this wicket, then we can think about whatever we want to post
Yeah.
as a final target for the Titans to chase in the fourth innings.
And also, you'd also want to get just enough runs to protect. You know, with plus minus 40 runs, leading with the Lions leading by plus minus 40 runs, you still want to have those kind of runs when you get into bat. You don't want to start from a minus.
End of the 75th. It's 275 for 9. 1 wicket to go. Entertaining over that. It also included a blow to the helmets to Andile Pehlukwayo.
I think also, looking at the Lions' body language right now, I think they need to revive themselves. They need to get their energy up. I think they're becoming frustrated. They were hoping to have wrapped up the Lions, the Titans' batting order by now and give themselves a chance. But you can only create chances for yourselves by bowling straight. There's a change of bowling. Cody Yusuf, who's been in good form, will be coming in replacing Mureki.
He's going to go on the charge now.
Most definitely. He's hoping that he can score a couple of runs quickly before Yusuf settles in. I mean, it's always the strategy. Go for the bowler that isn't fully warmed up, because the other ones have gotten their line, they've gotten their length, they know where to put the ball. While this one, and as a batsman, you've gotten your eye in, you've been batting for the last hour, he's still getting warmed up.
Top edge, and it's gone and disappeared out of the DP World Wanderers Stadium.
It's at the golf course.
That
That's
is
a
a
huge
shot
hit.
that here. He ducked into a short ball the previous over from Lutu Sipamla, and he's told himself he's not ducking anymore until Pehlukwayo.
Is that the first sign of anger?
That's out of here.
He's also sending
dispatched.
a message to Luto: if you put it there, you are definitely going out of here.
Yeah, brilliant shot.
So he's trying to make sure that Cody Yusuf doesn't settle. I mean, only with his second ball, he's hit out of the park. With the third umpire having to bring a ball after that one has disappeared. So nobody will be bringing the ball back.
Yeah.
Hopefully one of the golfers, while walking around, they'll find the ball. And if they're nice enough, they may bring it back. Some usually keep it as a souvenir.
That one's not coming back, Bali, that's for sure. That one is not coming back.
For a moment, you had you were thinking about yourself on a Sunday playing club cricket there.
Don't duck.
You don't duck.
Don't duck.
You get it out of here.
It's the best possible result. He's so capable of that, Andile Pehlukwayo.
Yeah. And, you know, in the last 12 months, having observed how he has been playing, I think Mpo may have mentioned it earlier that the older you grow, the more mature you become as a batsman. And I seem to be seeing that of late compared to the young Andile he was a couple of years ago. Even shot selection, decision making is totally different. I actually thought he was more of a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder, but he's no worse with the bat. He can play, he can hold the bat, he can score runs. I just think he needs to apply himself and apply his mind and back himself up. He can be one of the best world all-rounders we can have as a country.
6 from Cody Yusuf's second ball. Throws this one outside the off stump, and Pehluwa is not following that at all. He's asking Mazizi Kampo the question if that isn't too wide.
Says, it's a 4-day game, mate. Had it been a short format of the game, maybe I would have given it to you, but hey.
Deficit down to 35 runs.
Another wide one. So he's trying to bowl far away from him. He wants him to go fetch the ball. And looking at what Andile is doing, he won't really go far or go fetch. He's more comfortable in letting them bowl wide as long as they'll be in there. They need to bowl to the stumps, I think. With the field coming in, obviously, with the 2 balls to go in this over, they're going to try and prevent the single. Another one, further away from him. So the strategy is to try and bowl at Tshepo Ndwandwe. That's the idea, if they can. If it doesn't steal a single on the last ball that is left in this over.
He's also trying to stay away from that hitting arc of Andile Pehluwa.
Yeah. And it does throw the bat.
A 6 in the over from Cody Yusuf, 2-8-1 for 9. And importantly for the Titans, they've got the deficit down to just 35 runs. His final wicket partnership is worth 13 between Ndwandwe and Pehluwa. It's so important for them to kick on.
Yeah.
Who knows, they can get a first innings lead here over the Lions.
Looks like we'll have another bowling change here.
Bjorn Fortuin, Heinz T20 captain.
Yeah. And an international too. Sometimes opens the bowling in the shorter format of the game. They'll definitely want to wrap this game up, or these innings up as quickly as they can. Fortuin straight and goes to Ndwandwe and it blocks. Nothing there. Another block. So it's bowling straight to the wickets. It's either it hits the pads or the wickets. Just wondering how long Tshepo will just keep blocking, just keeping the ball out. Oh, what's that?
National teammates, but none of that here.
Obviously, can be friends outside the ball ring, not while we're on the field. Tandwa managing to keep the ball out from hitting the wickets. Surely his experience counts. I mean, he's played the format. He knows what to do. But also wondering what is the conversation between Tepo and Andile Phehlukwayo. Is he saying, mate, just block everything. I'll try and score the runs. Looks very solid. That forward defensive shot is not one of a tail ender.
Yeah, there's no threat here for Ndwandwe. That's all he should be doing. Just putting bat to ball, make sure that he keeps it out. Made an over from Bjorn Fortuin, 281 for 9.
Yeah, that's a very good start by Bjorn Fortuin. Tsepo Ndwandwe managing to keep Bjorn out. And then we'll probably... It's going to be an interesting over. So what happens now? Does Cody still bowl the very same line that he was bowling? What does he say? Or does he remain bowling the very line that he bowled in the first over? Because the one ball he bowled short ended up at the golf course. I would have bowled around just to try and cramp him up. There we go. So no run there.
Yeah, field spread again. Whenever Phehlukwayo is on strike, everybody on the leg side and the offside. On the boundary, just the slip. Zubair Hamza.
And there's always a 1 anyway, even a 2. There's that line again. This partnership has got 13 runs, and it's been like in there for the batsmen have been in there for the last 35 minutes. So, you know, gaining confidence. That's definitely wide. Empire Mazizi Kampo signaling that that's too wide for my liking, mate. You'd have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how much this frustrates Andile Phehlukwayo.
Well, I doubt it does. He'll have to bowl that again. So those are extra runs. See Dom running down there to probably have a word with Cody to say, come on, mate, let's focus. Get your head right. Don't let that boundary that you went for the previous over affect you. Just bowl straight, try to get him to play. You never know what may happen. That was very close. That was very close. Andile doesn't look happy. Probably signaling to say that ball was a bit far.
Still 3 legal balls left in this Cody Yusuf over.
Yeah.
That's one way of playing it.
Yeah. Tsepo Ndwandwe will have to deal with 2 balls this over. Now, it will be interesting to see whether does it bowl wide or does it bowl straight to the stumps. Does it bowl a fuller one? Does it bowl a shorter one? Those are things that, as a bowler, you keep thinking about. Now the field comes back in. Obviously, with the Andile Petlugwa no longer on strike, they don't see a threat from Tepo. But you know, as a lower order batsman, when fielders do that, you want to prove a point. You're just thinking, if he bowls it in my arc, it's definitely going to the boundary.
3 slips and a leg slip. He still has one more ball to survive in this over. Tandwa, mid-wicket, also pretty tight. We'll go even closer for the last delivery. Long on, rather mid-on and mid-off. Up in the circle as well, point. It's a very attacking field for Tom Hendricks. Just asking that fielder to go back a little bit if he doesn't have the helmet, the square leg umpire, Brad White. Survives Tepondwandwa. The Titans are frustrating the Lions a little bit with this last wicket partnership between Petlugwayo and Ndwandwa. 284 for 9. The deficit still on 32 runs for the Titans to wipe out.
And also, it's not as if they're scoring runs, but they're just keeping them out there. I mean, we haven't seen runs, I think, in the last 2-3 overs. Or major runs, you know, because, you know, you get that odd one here. Then there's that boundary, which we saw in Cody Yusuf's first over. Other than that, you haven't seen anything major. And there are plenty of spaces where you can just push for a run.
Now, this is going to be interesting. Bjorn Fortuin against Andile Petlugwayo. Where does he look to score against the left-arm orthodox? A field spread again. Dom Hendricks has just kept himself at a relatively short mid-wicket to be able to stop that sneaky single. Everyone on the offside on the boundary. Third man. Cover long on, long off, and mid off, which has gone to now in Mitch van Buren. So making sure that they protect the boundaries as best as they possibly can here, the Lions, because they know the danger of Andile Petlugwayo, who can clear any boundary in the world. And he does. That is big. It's onto the bank. It's an interesting time now for Andile Petlugwayo, and the Titans get 6.
It was only a matter of time before that was going to happen. Obviously, he's not going to let Bjorn settle. That's a good cricket shot. It is a great cricket shot. And obviously, he's now eating the runs away with the deficit now being 26, with the score being 290 for 9.
I'm not sure. I really am not sure. He's a good bowler, Bjorn Fortuin, but I don't think at this stage of the game it should be him bowling. The seamers were doing such a great job in Moreki and Sipamla. They have the luxury of having Cody Yusuf and, of course, Delano Potgieter to operate. So I'm not sure about this tactic, particularly to a well-set Andile Petlugwayo. Quicker and wide.
He'll have to re-bowl that again. I think signs of frustration creeping in from where you had the Lions to where they are right now. They've given themselves a chance back into the game. And they're just hoping that they can get these guys out before they can even get to 300. But you're not going to let that happen if you're going to bowl like that. And he's definitely going to keep the ball out. Yeah, chat between captain and bowler.
It's such a delicate position of the game. You don't want to give away this advantage that you have in terms of runs on the board if you are a Lions player and a Lions captain. You want to go into the break having something to start on. And Andile Petlukwaya, he's got the ability to wipe that out very quickly here. It's beaten Fakude. And it's onto the boundary. 10 runs in this over. There's dangerous signs this for the Lions. Gets 4. Andile Petlukwaya creeps into the 80s.
A great supporting role from Tandwa there. So he's been in there for a while now. And all that he's done is just block the ball. He's faced 16 deliveries with Andile Petlukwaya, having faced 149 for his 81, and still in there.
Big again. But Van Buren is underneath it. Oh, puts it down. Oh my goodness. That could have been it. And Mitchell Van Buren has put down a simple opportunity. And the double teapot comes out from Bjorn Fortuin. He thought he had it. And Van Buren has put it down. Petlukwaya survives. It's 296 for 9.
Well, Pila, even the best fielders in the world on any other day would put one down. We all know that is one of the greatest fielders we currently have in South Africa. And unfortunately, he has put that one down. And fortunately for Andile Petlukwaya, he lives to see another day. I think he's made up his mind that he's definitely going to go for the ball now and go for the runs.
How costly could that drop be? How costly could that drop be? It went high, but I don't think
that high.
It would have been so difficult for a field of his caliber, Mitch Van Buren. And in all respect to him, it was a dolly. I think it's such a bad drop.
It is.
It's following him now.
And there's no way that you can be headed now. Once it happens, the ball always follows you. But surely he'll want to make amends. As a skipper, what do you say to a player that's just dropped the ball? You know, that could have been game set and done this innings, but now you still have to wait, I don't know for how long, before you can actually get a sniff. There we go again. That's a great shot. It's out the park. Another big one. That drops looks like it's going to be very, very costly. That's a huge 6 from Andile Petlukwaya. The second one is hit off the bowling of Cody Yusuf. That takes the score to 302 for 9. With Andile Petlukwaya now moving on to 88.
Oh, that is big. Third umpire has to come bring out a new ball here. Because Andile Petlukwaya has just dispatched 2 out of the park and with relative ease, really.
Yeah, he's a big boy, strong boy. And hits with ease. But the ball tends to fly at the park here in the Highveld.
It's the first signs of how crucial that drop catch is. Lions crossed 300. And they're just 14 runs away from wiping out the first inning deficit from the Lions. Andile Pehlukwayo leading the charge. He's batted beautifully for his 88 of 153 balls. It's the sort of innings from a man that is desperate to make sure that he reinvigorates his career from a batting standpoint. And he's leading a momentum multiplied Titans charge towards parity in this game.
You know, also just looking at the fielder, Mitch van Buren, you can't help but feel sorry for him. But at the very same time, you can't help but say, Andile deserves 100 in these innings. He played very well, applied his mind, held the fort when, you know, the innings were wilting towards, you know, he held it strong. And now he just needs to go on. When he resumed the innings this morning, he resumed on 52. He's now on 88. So he's added another plus minus 30, 40 runs this morning. And hopefully, you know, he'll keep a cool head. And if he can, just go on to score 100. It will be interesting what Cody's response is going to be now. Do you bowl in the block hole? Do you go for another short one? But having seen two disappear, probably want to bowl.
Bowled him around his legs. Oh my goodness, he went too far across onto that off stump. Andile Pehlukwayo, he can't believe it. His leg stump goes cartwheeling. But it hasn't gone without him making a serious dent in this deficit. We've wrapped up the innings, have the Lions. And Andile Pehlukwayo has given the Titans some hope in their start of their second bowling innings here at the Wanderers. He's gone for 88. And at the start of day 3, the Titans have chewed off 63 runs from that deficit of 77 overnight. Crucially, the Lions still have a 14-run advantage. It's slim, but it is something that they can add on to when they come out to bat a second time. Contributions all round on that betting card. Joshua van Heerden was so good opening the batting. He was calm, he was composed, and it took his time for his 50. And then there was a bit of a mini collapse. Keegan Peterson, Devil Brevis, and Jedley van Brisses all fell within relative short space of time of each other. And Rivaldo Munsami was around for a little while, but it was the partnership between Andile Pehlukwayo and Corbin Bosch that really took the Titans close to that 316 first innings score of the Lions. And then Tsepo Ndwandwa, even though he didn't get off the mark, was so important in making sure that he stuck around and hung around with Andile Pehlukwayo as he bludgeoned a few balls out of the park for his 88. And at the end, it's the momentum multiplied Titans who've been bowled out for 302 in their first innings, and have given the Lions a 14-run lead at the start of their second innings. But what an innings from Andile Pehlukwayo, Mbali Mokoko.
Most definitely a beautiful innings from Andile Pehlukwayo, especially this morning where he had to watch some of his teammates fall, but eventually he lost his wicket. And it was, like I said before, the Cody Yusuf bowled. It would be interesting to see whether does the bowl straight, does the bowl a short one, does the bowl wide. But obviously he bowled him around his leg, which means that he walked far across and it went straight to hit the wicket. Also, you're probably now thinking, what is the conversation in the dressing room before they even left the field? Captain Dom Hendricks, what is he saying, guys? Are we looking at 250 and declaring, let's try and get 250 to 300 runs by the end of the afternoon or by the end of the day at stumps, and give ourselves ample time to bowl tomorrow, praying that or hoping that the weather holds? Because there's also a possibility of thunder showers today in the afternoon and tomorrow in the afternoon. But it would be nice to get a result.
A bowling card, Delano Potgieter, 1 for 40. The standout performer with the ball for the Lions, Luto Sipamla, 4 for 83 in 21 overs. He was really good, skillful also, and ably assisted by Tsepo Moreki, 3 for 36, with Cody Youssef picking up 2 wickets. Dom Hendricks, well, he tried to roll the arm for just the single over. Bjorn Fortuin, none for 55. Went for a bit of tap from Andile Petlukwayo this morning. And it's a decent enough Lions bowling card. They take a 14-run lead into the second innings of their batting display. And like Mbali Mokoko was saying, lots to ponder for the Lions. How quickly do they go with the bat in order to try and force a result in this Yukscape derby? The second innings from the Lions will start shortly, and we'll join you in a few minutes' time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium, where the Lions are taking on the Multiply Titans in day 3 of the 4-day series. We're just coming back from the change of innings, where the Lions have bowled out the Titans for 302 on day 3. Standing in commentary is myself and Paul and Bali. Bali,
Welcome, Mpo. Good morning to you. We see a bit of the sun coming out here at the Wanderers. It's been overcast in the last hour and a half. And, with the Titans resuming this morning and scoring about, reducing the deficit by 60 runs. And with the Lions having to start with 14 plus runs, it will be interesting to see what the game plan is from both the Lions opening batsmen as opening pair of Joshua Richards and Dom Hendricks. And, Josh has been around, Hendricks has been around, playing in familiar territory. And also, Dian Khalim looks to be opening with the bowling for the Multiply Titans this morning in the second innings. It looks like it's going to be a very interesting contest, with the Lions having to fend off plus minus or having to play protect their wickets for the next 20-25 minutes before lunch. It's very crucial that they try and make sure that they don't lose any wickets. Meanwhile, the Titans will have their tails up.
Khalim starts us off there with one straight one.
On the mark straight away.
Yep. And as Mbali had mentioned, this will be a very interesting passage of play just before the lunch interval. What are your thoughts on this one, Mbali? 14 runs lead. What are we looking at before lunch?
Look, the most important thing is just to make sure that you consolidate, you make sure that you don't lose too many wickets. You'll think about putting the runs on the scoreboard, obviously after lunch. Try and get your eye in. It's difficult betting conditions, overcast, the ball is nippy, ball is moving around. All you want to do is make sure that you protect your wickets. When you get into lunch, you still are hoping that you still have the opening pair having to go back after lunch. So that's the most important thing. You think about the rest. If you play ball you play on merit. If it's there to be hit, hit. If it's there to be blocked or defended, defend or block. The idea is just, if you can't get runs, get a run here, but make sure that you don't lose the wickets. And obviously, a very solid forward defensive shot there from Joshua Richards.
Coming back to that point of see ball, hit ball, are you introducing baseball to the cricket scenery, South African cricket scenery in Bali?
Well, I wouldn't want to use what the English are doing and bring it to our shores. But yeah, you don't want to play you don't want to watch or come to a cricket game where there's absolutely no runs. You can watch paint dry.
Short and wide, cut there. Brilliant piece of fielding there by Point.
It's straight to the fielder.
Corbin Bosch, brilliant fielding. Khalib just got away with it there.
You did. Should have gone to the boundary.
Yeah.
And anything that goes beyond the fielder or past the fielder, you definitely know it's going to the boundary here in the high felt. You look at how beautiful the ground is here at the Wanderers. Not fully green, but in the next few weeks, you're hoping when you come to the Wanderers, you're going to find a lush green outfield. Oh. The first runs of the morning for the Lions.
Bit too straight there by Khalim. Bit too straight.
Looks like he did get a bit of something on the ball with his bat. That is Joshua Richards. And he opens his account.
Yeah, I believe conditions will be quite similar, but the only difference is that now Lions have got the new ball. And looking at the plan, I mean, with 2 slips in a gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, short, square leg, and a fine leg. So you would think that the plan would go a bit straighter, as Khalim just did there, finishing this brilliant over, only 1 run format, 1 after 1.
And the Lions now have a lead of 15 runs. Now, going back to what we spoke about earlier, that is best ball. You know, with the shorter format of the game, we've seen more explosive batsmen. They tend to hit the ball quite a lot. They don't take their time in. They just get in and get the business done. Compared to the olden days where Test match cricket was more about thinking, planning, and then executing. But these days, because of the shorter format, even longer format players play the game, the shorter format, and they apply the very same tactics they would apply when playing the longer formats, like the English do. You've got your best ball.
Good Corbin Bosch running in. Opening the bowling with Khalim.
Oh.
Could be close. Was there bat involved there, maybe?
I think there was bat involved there, and I think it was a bit high. Straight on the money.
Oh,
Yeah.
almost
Almost.
close. Almost close. They quite a good start there from Bosch. I think they'll be applying the same tactics as Sipamla and Mureki there in the morning session.
I think also when playing in such conditions, the most you can do is just bowl straight. Just use the advantage of the ball in the weather conditions. If you hit or if you miss, I hit.
Could be a nick. Oh, the umpire says no. Keeper
Got-
was convinced.
got
Everyone
the
in the slip cordon was very convinced that they heard something there.
Nah, there was nothing there. Looks like there was nothing there. It may be my eyes.
The Titans trying to buy a wicket before lunch here. Is that what you're suggesting, Bali?
Well, keep the batsman under pressure. Don't let him settle in. Just let him know there are players. Imagine if you're just all dead in the field. You're giving him confidence. You want to be on his ear all the time.
Shot and wide. Brilliant fielding there in the covers by Brett Merritt. Bit of a loose delivery there. Maybe
Yeah.
Bosch is still warming up.
Should have gone for 4.
Yeah, missed out there.
You need to stamp your authority quite early as a batsman. And, if you get one loose one, you make sure that you put it away. How many loose deliveries are you going to get? I mean, it's his first over.
Yeah, and I mean, as Pila said earlier on, the whole plan would be to get the batters to play. Make sure that you force the batters to play in the early stages. Then you'll get you'll get rewarded. And Lions did that pretty well early up. And I mean, the advantage now, like I said, is that Titans have got the new ball. And they have to
Make
utilize
use of
it.
it. Yeah, they need to make use of the conditions. They need to make use of this period of play, which is the last 10, 15 minutes. They need to get behind the batsman's ear. They need to make sure that they put pressure.
Shot and
But
wide.
you're not going to threaten or get a wicket bowling like that. You need to be on the mark, making sure that the batsman plays each and every ball.
It's as if you would want the bowler to be bowling at that 4th, 5th stump.
That's
If
definitely
anything,
the line.
Go off stump.
That's definitely
I
the
mean,
line.
with 2 slips in a gully.
If you compare to what we saw this morning, Luto's first few overs this morning, he was definitely on the mark, going for.
Oh, here's another one. Back of a length. Bit of a cut. Couldn't get through it. Score is still 1 for no loss after 2 overs.
Yeah,
Bit
definitely.
of made in there from Corbin Bosch. Looked a bit tricky there. Didn't hit one spot, but like he tried many different balls.
Yeah, and there was a shout there, very decent, but I think the Empire got it right. And obviously, right now, you want to try and put them under pressure, create chances for yourself by bowling straight. I don't think it's the time to be bowling short, with Khalim going around the wicket for Dom Hendricks. That's another way of putting the batsman under pressure. And obviously, the Lions will be in check all the time. They play their shots there.
Yeah, we can definitely see what the ploy is here. You know, coming around the wicket and trying to tuck him in. Maybe a surprise full length, trying to hit the pads, could be in play. But the whole idea would be trying to nick him off. You know, I mean, if you coming around the wicket, chances are you're going to angle it in, but you're looking to get him to drive a bit more.
Yeah.
And get him to play that expensive drive. Oh, there we go.
And
a bit unlucky there.
Very much so.
Bit unlucky there for Josh Richards. Driven straight down the ground. Khalib just stuck his hand out there. Oh, man. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah. And Lions lose their first wicket. It's 1 for 1 after 2.1 overs. We spoke about this period of play, this passage of play, trying to make sure that you don't lose wickets. But how unfortunate can you be? You're not bowled, you're not caught, but you're run out on the other end. What, just the slightest touch?
Yeah, I mean, as the fielding side, you'll take them as they come, isn't it?
Yeah.
In this period of play, you would take whatever comes your way, and with a bit of luck, I mean, we've just seen that's just unfortunate.
I mean, you saw how the batsman reacted. His reaction said it all. How unlucky can one be?
100%.
You know, it's just one of those things. You start thinking, oh no, what's happening? It's going to be an interesting 5-10 minutes. Yeah, they are just going to have a go at the Lions. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at the Lions and try and make sure that they put them under pressure. With only 15 runs advantage, they have a lead of 15 runs on the board. It's 1 for 1.
And we've got Hamza walking in. He'd be predetermined to do well for the Lions. I mean, didn't do too badly in the T20 competition. I mean, he's
having made the move.
Has a point to prove.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because he wants himself back into that test side. Oh no! Could be another one.
2 in 2.
2 in 2. Back of a length. Thick outside edge.
We did say this is going to be an interesting passage of play. 2 wickets lost for the 1 run. The Lions are definitely in a spot of bother. They are in trouble. We're talking about, Dian Khalim coming around the wicket, and it seemed like he was going to, cause a bit of trouble for Dom Hendricks. And it has happened. It has happened. 2 wickets and 2 balls. Sure.
So we can happily say that ploy did work, coming around the wicket, angling it in, hoping for that outside edge.
And it did find it.
It did work. Titans got their tails up.
Well, it's
2 in 2.
It's quite interesting the amount of analysis that goes in when preparing to play other teams. You definitely know if Mbali is batting in the top order, is the opening batsman. One thing for sure is not comfortable with the short ball. You just need to bowl it in a certain area, bowl it around, and then you are definitely going to give him a bit of a headache. And it's happened. I was wondering why would he bowl around the wicket in the very first over. But then surely they would have done their analysis on him. And hence you now see the 2 wickets falling within a short space of time. And I bet you the Lions just want to go for lunch right now and rebuild. They're just hoping that, let's keep these batsmen that have currently walked in. 2 new batsmen, both haven't faced the ball. So it's as good as an opening new pair right now.
No, that's 100%. And I mean, the pressure is back on Lions now. And they'll be looking to survive through to get to lunch and rebuild.
That was
Now, all
great.
of a sudden, we are seeing a bit of bounce in the wicket.
Obviously, as a bowler, you have your tail up. You've created 2 chances, and 2 chances are in the bag for you. There's a bit of energy, when you're running in, even with the wind, because you've just gotten one of the Lions' scalps. Their skipper, that is Dom Hendricks, who we all know is a very, very good batsman and has been around the block and knows how to apply himself. Oh.
Questions being asked. Questions being asked.
And the batsman there is not too sure whether to move forward, but eventually keeps the ball away from the stumps or from hitting the stumps. That's the most important thing. Just survive for the next few minutes and get to lunch.
Bit tentative, you would say. I mean, Khalip has bowled good areas.
He has bowled in those good areas.
Getting top of off 4th stump. That's where you want it, really. I mean, with the batsman walking in, hard hands, mistakes will be done.
Well,
Goes for the short option there. And the score is 1 for 2 after 3. 2 overs, 2 wickets in that over. Say that's
it's a
brilliant
maiden
over.
wicket over.
Yep.
It's a maiden wicket over. But who would have thought we would have been seeing this type of a score? It's midday with 10 minutes to go before lunch. All you want is to make sure that you don't lose any wickets if you're the Lions coach or the Lions staff. You want your 2 batsmen that are currently in. All you tell them is, listen, guys, make sure that you don't lose a wicket. We'll all go back and restart after lunch, because now you've lost 2 wickets, the most. So it's minus a couple of batsmen for you, and you don't have too many runs on the board.
Coben Bosch running in. Ooh. He's attacking the stumps, isn't he? Buddy?
Yeah, and looks like Lions batsmen aren't comfortable at this point in time, and they're definitely hoping that the sun does come out, because with this type of weather, it doesn't look too great. Or if you're a Lions fan, you're thinking, rain, come.
No, that's... We've got a Titans team here with a massive plan, to get as many wickets as they can before lunch. And with the conditions in their favor, any bowler would love to be in this situation at the moment.
Yeah.
They've just moved out cover, opened up the cover region there. Hopefully wanting to get Van Buren to go for that expensive drive. Drops 1 short. Not part of the plan, I'd say.
Nah, you don't want to waste your balls. Ball straight to the stumps, make them play. If they can leave 1, they will most definitely. It's quite interesting that both batsmen knew to the crease. Even the batsmen that are out did not stick around. They did not even face 2 overs each. And they're already back in the hut. And obviously, I must say, for the Josh Richards was very, very unlucky. And also Dom Hendricks got a jam of a ball. Mitch van Buren managing to keep that one out.
Seems like the wicket is doing a bit of talking now.
Yeah. And the bowlers are using it to their advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think any team would like to be in this situation, you know, and as a betting team, and you would swear that this is not how this was going to turn out, you know, before they walked out there.
Yeah.
Brilliant ball there, could be out.
And
Got him.
that's another one.
Another
Mitch
one
Van
nicked
Buren
off.
next that one, and the Empire says is out. The Lions are definitely in trouble. 2 for 3 or 3 for 2 after 3.3 overs with a lead of 16 runs with 7 more minutes left before lunch. Who would have thought this would be the situation the Lions would be facing? I think that innings by Andile Phehlukwayo definitely buoyed the Titans and gave them energy to come, you know. They're now thinking, we can get them cheaply out, finish the game before the end of the afternoon. Who knows, have tomorrow off. But hey,
Still a long way to go.
still a
Mbali.
long way to go.
Still a long way to go. That was brilliant from Bosch. Right there, back of a length, forcing Van Buren to go back, turned him square, nicked one to the keeper. 2 down for Bosch. 3 down for Titans.
Yeah.
Not a very good position to be in.
Especially going
For
or heading
Lions.
into lunch or in any other cricket game. You wouldn't want to find yourself with such a scoreline.
No, that's correct, Mbali.
You know, Kevin Bosch really having a good game. Scoring a 50 in the first innings now, taking these 2 crucial wickets prior to lunch, just giving them, you know, what they need and an advantage heading to lunch. Obviously, if I could, or be a fly on the wall in the changing room, you want to hear what's going on in the dressing room right now, especially the Lions dressing room. Obviously, with the multiply Titans, new batsman in, Kaya Fagute, deals with the first one, solid.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been a change of field as well. They've gotten a short leg in there. We're going to be seeing a couple of bumpers there, but we still got our 2 slips and a gully. The cover region is still open.
Yeah, I just think it's a bluff. He's just going to bowl it straight. He's going to bowl it full.
We've added another slip in the cordon, 3 slips and a gully. Oh. And that's the over. 1 from that over and 1 wicket as well. 2 for 3. Titans have their tails up.
And probably the last over before lunch.
And we've got a change of bowling. Brett Merrick will be running in for the multiply Titans.
Yeah, 23-year-old Brett Merrick went to the Under-19 World Cup in 2020. Student at UP, if I'm correct.
Brett has only played about 7 matches, 16 wickets, average of 27.9. He's got a young career,
Yeah.
lots to learn.
But his best bowling figure is 5 of 61, so he can definitely bowl this young man.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. We'll have to see what the plan is. Yeah, I mean, we've got 2 slips in a gully, backward point, cover. A bit too straight to start off with there, being played down to fine leg by Hamza. And looking at the situation in Bali, if you were the fielding captain at the moment, what would your plan be?
Well, looking at the scoreboard, having gotten 3 wickets in 15 minutes or 25 minutes that we had, I would have said, look, let's continue. I wouldn't have I wouldn't have changed. Ooh, that's a beautiful ball, but also well left by Kaya Fagute.
Good cricket, you would say?
Good cricket all round there. Just going back to being the skipper, if I had the opportunity to be the skipper of the Titans, I would have said, guys, let's stick to our basics. So far it's working. We've gotten the wickets. I wouldn't have taken Khalim out. I would have, because even in the last over, that crucial over dealt a blow with, just blew away the Lions. And also, for me, I just want to, keep him going. But he knows, what a beautiful ball. Beautiful cricket all round. Also, Kaya Fagute seeing the ball, making sure that he survives the last 4 balls of this over before lunch. It's very crucial that the Lions don't lose another wicket heading into lunch. They can rebuild. Although coming back into lunch, they'll only have 7 wickets left. And they'll try and make sure that they put as many runs on the score. You need somebody to apply himself and get, do all the hard work. Just like the Titans had the likes of Pehluguayo and Bosch doing the dirty work for them. Hence, they find themselves in this position.
Yeah, and you would say that Khalim was getting his rhythm.
Yeah.
He was getting his rhythm. Was there a need for a change? Yes, no, but by the looks of things as well, Merrick has hit the ground running.
So
and
I'm really impressed at what I'm seeing is definitely, it just went for that one in the first ball. His ball, 3 beautiful balls after that.
He's found his length, you would say?
Oh no!
Got
Oh
him.
no!
Got him.
He is
Foul for the trap. 2 outside off, 1 straight. Flicked it straight to mid-wicket.
Oh my word.
Brilliant bowling by Merrick. Good start by Merrick. First over. And
Never did I imagine what I'm seeing here. 4 for 4. So 4 runs, 4 wickets down. With a lead of only 17 runs in these innings. And that's it. It's with that wicket falling down, the Empires have decided we'll take lunch at this point in time. It's going to be an interesting 30 to 45 minutes for the Lions. What do you say as the skipper? What do you say as the coach of the Lions to your players? Guys, we've lost 4 crucial wickets. We've got 18 runs on the scoreboard that we can play with at this point in time. What happens now?
now look, looking at the scorecard there, it's not really a fancy scorecard, to be quite honest, in the second innings for Lions. 4 for 4 after 4.4. Who would have thought? Who would have imagined that coming back, from that brilliant bowling display, you would be sitting in a position where you are 4 for 4. And yes, like you said, if you were a fly on the wall, what would be said in that Lions change room?
So I'm thinking 4-4, Maslalisan.
You know how it is.
So it's all about the 4s here. So it's 4 runs, 4 wickets in 4.4 overs that have been bowled.
Yeah. I mean, the Titans bowlers have really come out and really displayed, that fighting spirit. It's as if like they've come out in revenge, for the T20 challenge loss.
Yeah. If you look at all the bowling figures, I mean, Curb and Borch has gotten 1 for 1. Dian Khalim has gotten 1 for 1. And then the likes of Merrick Brett has also gotten 1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of chat going on in the change room.
But what do you say to your players? You've
just-
lost the first 4 batsmen. Do you start at a -4?
No, but I mean, the same thing that happened to Titans. I mean, you had that partnership with Petlekwayo and Bosch that probably brought Titans to the game. And as a Lions coach, I would also, have a chat with the guys and say, look, let's build that partnership. Let's take it step by step.
Yeah.
Let's build that partnership that's going to get us in a good position. We don't need to, do anything extreme, but
Yeah.
go back to the basics.
For me, I think when you come back, you say to the batsmen that will be walking in, guys, get us to 30. If you can get us to 30, let's take it from there. If they're still in at 30, you then say, guys, get us to... And you try and make them build. You set targets according to every 10 runs. That's the most important thing. If you are fortunate enough to get to 200 runs, you've put a good score for the second innings. Anything can happen. Give yourself a chance to get to 200 runs. If you can put 200 runs on the scoreboard for the second innings, it's good, it's great. You then give your bowlers hope to say, guys, we've put something on the board. We've done this before.
And here's something to bowl to.
Here's something to bowl to.
And with that said, Mbali, we'll take our lunch. And the score is 4 for 4 after 4.4. Thank you. Sharp, no. Sharp.
Well, we told you that day 3 would be moving day in the CSA 4-day challenge match between the Lions and the Titans. And look at that scorecard. Batting second, the Lions in their second innings. It hasn't gone according to plan at all before the lunch break. 4 wickets is what they lost before they went into the lunch break. Having started the morning pretty well in wrapping up the Titans' last 4 wickets. But when you look back at it now, the Titans getting as close as they were to that first innings total of the Lions, just 14 runs short of that. And effectively now the Lions are 18 for 4. And this match has moved at the rate of knots inside the first 2 hours of day 3. A run out at the non-striker's end. Wickets to Diane Khalim, wickets to Corbin Bosch. The Lions are reeling a little bit here in their second innings. Richards gone for 1, Hendricks gone for a duck. Van Buren also gone without scoring. So did Kaya Fagude. 4 for 4. And they lead by 18 runs. And Posoloa was keeping a keen eye on things before that luncheon break. It's disastrous, wasn't it, Mbo? Merrick Brett will start us off.
Oh, it's a brilliant start there by Merrick Brett. Outside off. And coming back to Pila's point, yeah, it's gone all sorts for Lions, to be quite honest. Not the start I would have expected. 4 quick wickets before lunch. And I mean, as a fielding team, anyone would want to be in that position, really. And Titans have really stuck to their guns and made sure that they strike before lunch. Another brilliant start by Merrick, closing the over. The score still 4 for 4 after 5 overs. So tell me, Pila, you the captain of Lions. What are we saying in the change room during lunch?
Got quite a bit of batting still left. I mean, Connor Estes and Delano Potgieter and Bjorn Fortuin can all bat. Cody Youssef also very handy with the bat. So I think the message at the lunch break would be to still trust in the systems and the batters that are still to come. When you look at it and you go back a couple of months ago in that 4-day final against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins, they were in a similar position. Go! What is that? What is that? And it's hit him on the outside of the thigh. Zubair Hamza. Brad White's arms stay beside himself. Not out is the decision, but they're hunting. Now the momentum multiplied Titans.
Pretty close call there. I mean, Hamza showing the short leg that it might have hit his thigh. That would have been disastrous for the Lions. I mean, being 4 for 5. Not a start you'd want, honestly. I mean, the Titans have shown that they are a team to put up a strong fight in any situation given to them. And I mean, at this point, you really want to get 2 more wickets and you in it. That's it.
Yeah, 2 more wickets for the Titans would really blow this game open for them. Good run. Need more of that. Zubair Hamza and Connor Esterhuizen. Because you have to go back to that 4-day final that they played here. The Lions, where they had to really dig themselves out of precarious positions twice in that game. First in the first innings and then second time around with the bat in the second innings. Beautiful 100 by Delano Potgieter is what really saved them. So there'll be memories of that in the change room, that we've been able to recover from similar positions. But this partnership between Hamza and Esterhuizen is so important in Posoloa, to be able to get them back to a comfortable position. There's still plenty of time left in the game. A better part of this afternoon and then the whole day tomorrow. But they still want to carve out a positive result here. So they can't be overly defensive. They still need to look at pushing the game forward. Can't stagnate. Lovely bowling this from Corbin Bosch.
Yeah. Coming to your point, Pilar. Yeah, that final really, Lions got themselves in a position and got themselves out of that hole where you had Tsepo Mareki batting at number 4, scoring a 50. You had our test captain Tandwa scoring a 45 and a Potgieter scoring 155. I mean, that will come in handy now if these two put on a good partnership. And as you said, closing up over with a bouncer there, score 5 for 4 after 6 overs. Coming back to that point, you know, that you mentioned, going back to the basics. The best place to be as a batsman is at the non-striker's end after taking a single. And I think Lions should be looking at that, you know, rotating the strike, easing off the pressure, you know, loosening up the belt. So this partnership could be very crucial for them.
Josh Richards was the first to go, run out at the non-strikers. Lovely clip off the legs. I think it's timed enough for it to get to the boundary. Does well. Chedley van Breeses to keep it to just 2. Run out at the non-strikers end. Josh Richards, the same over from Diane Khalim. Nicked off the captain, Dominic Hendricks. And then Corbin Bosch got rid of Mitch van Buren. Contentious decision. He thought that he didn't nick it behind. And the finger went up from Brad White. Oh, that's a beauty from Merrick Brett. And then on the stroke of lunch, Kaya Fakude clipping Merrick Brett to mid-wicket for a comfortable catch. And he's done that so well, Merrick Brett, in this game. He's impressed this youngster. In his first outing of the season, Merrick Brett. Been on the money in the second innings here. The momentum multiplied Titans need to make sure that they press home this advantage. Off the hips this time, might be another couple.
Yeah, Pilar. I mean, you can as of see what Merrick is trying to do here. Nipping it back in. Yes, we did speak about the analysis of each team, and I'm pretty much sure they have done their homework with Hamza. As far as we can see, the plot is to go for the pads and, have that chance for that LBW. Or if anything, one to go through bat and pad.
Just short to fine leg. It is a ploy against Hamza, isn't it? Because sometimes that bat comes down at an angle, leaves a bit of a gap between bat and pad. Bowlers have looked to exploit that throughout his career, whether it's domestic cricket or international cricket. Zubair Hamza will be wary of that. He'll know that sometimes he plays a little bit too in front of his body. And that's why there's a catching mid-wicket on the onside for particularly that. But if he does misses it, crashes onto his front pad or through bat and bat.
Another straight one, flick to fine leg. Yeah, I mean, we can see what Merrick is trying to do. Sometimes they do pay off, sometimes they don't. It's either it's going to work or you're going to start leaking runs. And now the confusion now comes in when too many runs have been leaked, bowling straight. Then what's the next plan? Are we going now for the ploy of 5th and 6th stump where we have to utilize the 2 slips and a gully? Or do we go for the bumper and a yorker?
Ten for 4 after 7.
Yeah, coming back to that point, do we go for the 1-2 as it's famously known? Or we keep prodding it outside off and hoping that a loose delivery would come? But I guess, again, if we are going to go straight, as they're thinking, if we are going to go straight, then we can afford to leak those runs. But a chance will come eventually.
Good single. Really good from Connor Estes and just dropping and running on the offside rather. There's plenty of attacking fields here because they feel like they've got the advantage, the Titans. 2 slips and a gully. There's a backward short leg who's just behind square. Forward square leg that's about 10 to 15 meters away from the boundary line. Oh, squeezed. And it's a long chase for the slip fielders. As well, Keegan Peterson to hold it in. It's good running. I'll get 3 from it.
Brilliant running indeed. Great placement through the slips. We'd always say, oh, brilliant nick. It's a good nick. I love the idea that the Titans have with regards to this attacking field. We're enforcing that expensive drive. You get it right, yeah, good shot through the covers. You get it wrong, you're caught in the slips, or you get the bumper, and then you get a top edge. So there is a plan that the boys have.
Nice, good running again. Yeah, that man employed down halfway to the boundary at square leg is there for that exact reason. Does have a good short ball, Corbin Bosch. Just saying to Connor Estes and then Zubair Hamza that you're not going to lunge onto that front foot. the whole day. You do have that one that I can get up to your nose. Edge stand, then through the slip. It's a bit of a scratchy inning so far from Zubaya Hamza, but fortunate runs, but necessary runs for the Lions. Gets 4 through slip.
Yeah, fortunate runs indeed. The Lions would take them any day, any day. And it also comes back to what we said, you know, with keeping it, doing the basics. I mean, there was a single taken the previous ball, and then now a boundary. Already you've got 5. You're sitting, well, in this over you've got a boundary, 2 singles, and a 3. You've done well. It's a good over for you as a betting unit. Brilliant comeback, back over length, outside off. That's where I'm pretty much sure he's looking to go, to be. And that's what he's looking to get the batsman to play at it so that he utilizes the slip cordon.
Twenty for 4 after 8. Just also looking below us, Mpo Siloa, Dain Khalim, not on the field after the lunch break. Might be a bit of a concern for the Titans. Bowled so well in that first innings and at the start of this second innings. Has already got a wicket, that of Dominic Hendricks. That'll be a bit of a concern not to have Dain Khalim on the park at the start of the second session. He's a little bit injury prone, Dain Khalim, so you'd hope that it's not. Oh, that is a quality ball. That is so good from Merrick Brett. So you'd hope that Dain Khalim is not injured.
Yeah, it would be a bit concerning because, I mean, he had his tail up before lunch and he bowled a brilliant spell. I mean, you would want the guy to be on the field, you know, bowling, tail up, and hopefully assisting and taking the remainder of the wickets. But we'll find out what the issue is.
Particularly, he's been in really good bowling rhythm this season. He had a really good T20 challenge with the ball, Dain Khalim. Just as he's gathering momentum, being in a really good bowling space. I hope that it's not, if it is an injury, that's not too serious.
Yeah, let's do hope that it's not that serious and he would come back and do the yards for Titans. But right now, I mean, the main focus is on Merrick Brett, who's asking those necessary questions.
Not timed. Neil Brunt does the mopping up. A little bit brighter now at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. We've seen this for the first 3 days of this competition, or this match rather. Overcast morning, and then halfway through the day the sun does peek out. So this might be a good little period for the Lions to bat. Oh, Merrick Brett got it on a string at the moment. So this might be a little bit of a nice reprieve for the Lions in terms of conditions, where they can form a partnership between Hamza and Esterhuizen to resuscitate this innings. And Paul, it's difficult batting in the morning, overcast conditions, ball doing a little bit. You might see the conditions might settle a little bit now as the sun comes out. Continues to impress Merrick Brett, 21 for 4 after 9.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to that point with the overcast conditions, I mean, now the wicket is getting a bit of sun. It's getting baked a bit. And the condition will improve a bit. And this will be a good period for Esterhuizen and Hamza to build a foundation of their partnership. And with that said, now the level of the little experience that they have will have to kick in. Spending time out there will be a matter of time and of importance in order to build this partnership. Because I mean, at the moment, they've got a 35-run lead, and they'd be hoping to at least get it over 100 before stumps. You know, so that they get themselves in a good position to start off day 4, you know, on a better foot.
I also just think that those 4 wickets before lunch might have hampered the plans of the Lions. They probably would have wanted to go at a decent strike rate and hopefully bowl just before the end of day 3 to give themselves enough chance to be able to get those 10 wickets for victory. We'll probably have to reassess now what they need to do to be able to get that positive result. Good running. We'll get 2. Andrew Pretorius is on the park for Diane Khalim. So that'll be something that they have to look at now, the Lions. How do they reassess? What are their batting plans for the rest of this day 3? And kind of a total would they look at the end of day 3 to be able to say, maybe in the first hour we can bat a little bit more and then give ourselves enough time to bowl the Titans out. And for the Titans, the game is swung in their direction now. They, at the moment, hold the key between themselves and victory. Lions essentially 37 for 4.
Yeah, Pila, I mean, as Titans would be thinking, it's up to us. It's up to us to ask the right questions. In doing that, which line, which length are we going to bowl? And with Lions being 4 down, would need to be a little bit more attacking. So then when do we do our bowling changing? Because now it has to be very strategic. there's going to be that quiet period that is actually happening at the moment where a small partnership is building. Then how do we contain? And they do have the plan in place. Oh, it's a brilliant ball. Brilliant ball. As in club cricket, they would say a good batsman would have nicked that. It's a brilliant ball. Lions, 23 for 4. As we look at that replay, bat beating the outside half of the bat. Brilliant ball that from Bosch. And yeah, Pila, moving back, I mean, if we look at that scorecard, I mean, look at Richards, unlucky run out there, and then Dominic Hendricks nicked off, caught it in gully. Van Buren also lost his wicket. And then you had Fakude, who clipped one to mid-wicket. The plan moving forward now with this attacking field, what do you think it would be, given the fact that this partnership is slightly building? And that's where the patience comes in, right? But what lines do we bowl? Who's going to be the change of bowler? You know, as a captain, what do we look at?
He's gone through him about 3 or 4 times now, Merrick Brett. He's really honing in on middle stump here against Zubaya Hamza. Cut him in half again. I think Brett and Bosch have done an incredible job so far on Posoloa. I think it's just been a bowling performance that at the moment Titans captain Neil Brunt should be happy about. And the issue now comes with Diane Khalil off the park. That's not convincing, but it'll get to the boundary. Inside half of the bat. That's good runs for Zubaya Hamza and for the Lions.
Much needed runs there, Pila. Tad too straight. Ooh, could have gone either way. That you know, it's one of those, Pila, you miss, I hit. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. Get yourself a boundary. But the plan is being manifested here, as we can see that in Dhaka is the plan for the day. Bit full, outside off, driven straight, great fielding there in mid-off. And coming back to that point, Pila, I mean, we can see that Merrick does have that plan and he's consistent about it. It's only a matter of time, isn't it?
It is, and just as you mentioned it, Andile Pehlukwayo being asked to drop down to the boundary by Neil Brunt at a deep mid-wicket. Just lovely bowling this from Merrick Brett. Some of the best bowlers, I think a lot of people that played domestic cricket against a guy like Vernon Philander would tell you about the patience that he had. He knew that his stock ball was the outswinger, but at the back of your mind, you knew that he had that one that always came in, but you never know when it was coming. You bowl about 6 overs of that outswing. Oh, that's just bounced on him. So it's about patience also for young Merrick Brett in knowing when to utilize that magic ball that has the ability to take the wicket. 27 for 4 after 11.
Yes, you're right, Pilar. It's about that patience. Being patient enough to keep doing the same thing over and over again. Eventually, it's going to pay off. I mean, as Vernon was and is called the surgeon, he was very dangerous with the one that came back. And at the moment, Titans have gone for a change of bowler. Tandwa coming into the attack. This will be quite interesting. Hey, Pilar.
Definitely against his old employers as well, Tsepondwandwa. He's made the short move across the river to Centurion, having played here at the Wanderers Stadium last season. Goes to Enestays and I get the change from Neil Brunt because he wants for Brett and Bosch to be as fresh as they possibly can, because their Rasima are down now with seemingly an injury to Diane Khalim. I think he would have liked to keep the seamers on just a little bit longer than the 11, 12 overs that they've bowled collectively. Might be a window of opportunity for Estes and then Hamza to get some quick runs here off the left arm orthodox spin of Tsepondwandwa, just to transfer the pressure back onto the Titans. Mid on, mid off, up in the circle as well. So smart bowling needed here from Tsepondwandwa. He's that kind of a guy who's experienced enough to be able to know what the game situation is. Oh, that's lovely. That's spun. That's gone big. And it's beaten everybody. Buys, says Brad White. And 4 of them to end the 12th over. 31 for 4, but some signs of spin at the Wanderers Stadium.
That beat everything. Pilar, that beat everything. And I mean, if you are seeing the signs as a spinner, you are in business. These are great signs as a spinner, because now you have to determine whether you're going to bowl it quicker, you're going to give it some air with the field placings. I mean, you've got two covers that are almost catching, but with a bit of distance, and mid on and mid off up, asking that question. Come, if you want to hit me over the top, go for it. If you want to come down the wicket, go for it. So this is very interesting to see and to watch.
Long chase for Jedley van Brieses. The ball will win it. Back-to-back boundaries for the Lions, as that lead now creeps up towards the 50-run mark. 4 for Zabaya Hamza.
There was a bit of a giveaway from Merrick there, but brilliant shot from Hamza. He's waited for the opportunity, was patient enough to make sure that when the opportunity presented itself, he got it away. Brilliant cover drive through the covers. Good ball to follow up there. Merrick goes back straight. hit to mid-on. So looking at that over of spin, Pila, because it got me very interested. You know, as a former keeper myself, looking at a wicket doing this, I'm happy because I know you go down the wicket, good chances are you're going to get stumped. So you either stay in the crease or you hit from a solid base over the top. Great ball there from Merrick.
Yeah, that one that turned could well be an indication of how conditions of this pitch might change a little bit now. We're into the third innings of this game. The pitch just changing a little bit, maybe some early moisture in the morning. Now just drying up a little bit, so the spinners could well be in the game the longer this match goes on for. Tandwa certainly has the ability to trouble the batters. Remember, one senior provincial game was still the old format and system in South African cricket. He got all 10 wickets, Tandwa. So he definitely has that ability to take wickets and pick up wickets. Good stop. Connor Esterhuizen making sure that his bat is back behind the crease. Doesn't want to suffer the same fate as his mate Joshua Richards. Just in the nick of time. Just in the nick of time.
Very close. Very close. And that was going to be so unfortunate, having two of your top batters being dismissed in the same fashion. Did well to get back there. And coming back to Tsepo, I mean, yes, there are signs of talent there. Very much so. I mean, he'll be very crucial in this time of the game. And that's an over from Maverick, 4 of that over, 35 for 4 after 13. The lead is nearing 50. Tsepo's got a huge role to play here. I mean, from the looks of it, he's gonna have to hold up an end. Looking at the incoming tours, we've got the Proteas taking on India at 5 o'clock in Kingsmead. It's as if it's the repeat of the World Cup T20 final. South Africa has got a lot to prove. And now we're back live. Tsepo. Brilliant start. Started off with a dot ball there. What is your money on with this incoming tour, Pila? I mean, look, this is going to be a huge rivalry. We've done well against India at home in the short format. We've dominated them. It was just a bit unfortunate that we lost to them in the World Cup final. But now there'll be blood boiling. Home soil, home tour. What are your thoughts?
Tour's worth a lot of money, though, isn't it? That's for sure. Yeah, there's plenty of experience now gone from that Indian side. The retirements of Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli formed the format. So they've again brought a relatively inexperienced side led by Surya Kumar Yadav. So for them, it's more also about making sure that they blood in new talent. There's plenty of talent in India. And from a South African point of view, it's also the return of some experienced guys into the mix. David Miller, Heinrich Klaassen, Marco Jansen back into the fold as well. So that's going to be very interesting, how South Africa start their summer of cricket here at home. 36 for 4.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting summer indeed, and a couple of opportunities given to youngsters in our Protea side as well. I think Coach Rob just decided, let's give these youngsters a run. I mean, you've got Mihlali, you've got Andile, Simelani, Sipamla, who's been there, Ngaba Peter as well, and Patrick Kruger would be looking to have a go. And I'm sure this is a well-balanced side, Pila. And I'm glad that our youngsters are now getting, these opportunities, to prove themselves. And they've done the hard yards in the local competitions, the SA20 and the T20 competition. And this will be a very interesting series, I mean, which youngster wouldn't be happy, to make their debut against India?
Absolutely massive. Andile Pehlukwayo into the attack now for the Titans. It's also coming at almost the opportune time for both those nations this series, just before the IPL auction. So a lot of those franchises will be looking at that series. IPL auction out in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia on the 24th and 25th of November. But I love the look of that South African side. It's rich reward for performances in the T20 Challenge. And Dile Simelani was on tour to the UAE in that short tour to play against Afghanistan and Ireland. Didn't get a game, but I think the communication from Rob Walter was so transparent. That initial tour was just to expose him to that environment. He'll be sneakily confident of getting a game in this series against India. But Peter's done really well with the opportunities that he's gotten, especially in the Caribbean. So a first home series for him. That'll be so important for him to be able to impress at home, on home conditions that he knows better. And then the returning stalwarts. And Klaassen, we know what a world beater he is. David Miller. It seems like he's been around forever, David Miller. Cut away. Had a man stationed at deep point, but it's gone behind him. Valuable runs for Zubair Hamza. The lead is now past 50 for the Lions.
Brilliant shot there by Hamza. A bit of width on offer there. Didn't choose to miss out. Grabbed the opportunity. Andile would be thinking, let me go a bit straighter. But the plan could have been that, let me get one, for him to get flashing so that the slip could be in use. And a brilliant comeback there, just on 5th, 6th thump. And coming back to that point, Pilar, that you just made regarding the squad, it's very assuring knowing that our selectors or our coaches, if I may say, that they've got options with the talent that we have that has come through and the opportunities that are being given. And I'm sure the squad will be looking forward to this tour. 41 for 4 after 15 overs. And the lead of 55 to the Lions. And with me at the moment, I'll be joined by Mbali.
An afternoon to you, Mpo. So far, great start for the Lions. No wickets lost this afternoon. Just as I take the mic, Connor Esterhuizen loses his wicket as is bowled by Tsepo Ndwandwe. Back where we were, again, it seems like I'm the lucky charm for the Titans. Every time I'm on the mic, they lose wickets. The Lions lose wickets while the Titans take the wickets. It is, of course, now 41 for 5 after 15.1 overs with just the lead of about 55 runs. I must say the Titans are in a driving seat or are in a driving position. Meanwhile, the Lions are in trouble. And one thing for sure, you cannot take your foot off the pedal at this point in time when you're seeing your opponents in this Jukske derby. No one would have thought the Lions would be in such a spot of bother. You know, just as I thought they were rebuilding after lunch, you know, when everything seems to go all wrong, so far, in the last few hours, we've lost about 9 wickets all round. Clearly, the bowlers are doing a good job. Only one batsman seems to have applied in his mind this morning. That was Andile Phehlukwayo Mpo.
Yeah, and I'd say, Mbali, I think with what happened there, it was just a lapse of concentration. Really, I mean, that sort of looked like a half tracker, you know, and Connor just thought, let me get this out the park. But unfortunately, missed it completely, and it rattled his thumbs.
I was already looking at the pavilion, or should I say the stands, and it looked like his head was not even focused on the ball. It was all over. He saw a big lolly and he said, I am going to take advantage, only for the ball to crash behind the stumps. And he walks back to the dugout, to the disappointment of his coach and captain. Well, things seem not to be going well for the Lions. Once again, who would have thought would be here on this beautiful Thursday afternoon, day 3 of the CSA 4-day game between the Lions and the Multiply Titans. One thing for sure, the sun has come out, so the Lions need to make the most of the conditions.
Straight and flicked down to deep square. Bit straight there brought from Ndwandwe. They've set like an attacking field for Potgieter. Obviously, they know that he could be quite distractive, and they just need to keep it low. Great ball from Tsepo. I believe it's a very unfortunate position to be in for the Lions.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at how the first wicket, they got the first wicket, but you need a bit of luck at times. You need a bit of luck, and you ride on the wave, the luck wave. If you can get quick wickets, hey, why not? And take advantage of the situation. Great ball from Tandwa. It's in fact a great over from him. It is 42 for 5 after 16 overs with a lead of 56 runs. The Lions, as we are saying, that they are in a spot of bother with Andile Pehluwayo coming again to bowl his second over of this innings. And obviously with the performance with the bat, he's looking also now to shine with the ball. And, you know, just say to the selectors or the Protea coaches, hey, I'm also available for the longer format of the game. I can give you what you want. But the beauty of having played international cricket is that when you play domestically, you seem to have an added advantage in Paul.
Oh yes, 100% you do, because that experience does filter down. You know, you do play against the best in the world, and when it comes to domestic, you are in a better position to have known and played against the best. So, I believe he is at a point, as we said earlier, he is rebranding from what it looks like. He looks a different player with the bat and now with the ball. And you can't really fault him today, can you?
No, he seems to be ticking all the right boxes today. He's bowling very well. Even if you look at him as he was running in, you can tell he's somebody with lots of energy. He's gotten his rhythm right. Obviously, with the runs that he scored this morning, he's definitely saying, let's get these wickets out of the way and just finish or wrap up today. That's another great ball from him. See, most of the right-handed bowlers are attacking in the batsman by coming right around, not giving them room to free their arms.
You would as if say that it's almost the same ploy as they had for Dominic Hendricks, you know, coming around the wicket, angling the ball in, a slip in a gully, going back of the length. If he needs to free his hands, let him do it, but at what cost?
And is more likely to play a very precautionary game at this point in time. He doesn't have he doesn't have too many people after him. That is Dilano Potgieter. So he'd rather preserve the wicket, try and get the little run. We know he's a very explosive player when given a chance, and he can steal the game away. With the way the Titans are bowling, they aren't giving much to the Lions to score freely.
$100% Mbali, another great ball from Andile Pehluwayo. No, I mean, at this stage, as the fielding side, you'd really want to squeeze and not give too much away, as per se. So that's coming back to the basics. String up the dots, let the batters do the mistakes. You do know that a rash shot will come. So now it's a battle of composure, I suppose.
So what do you think Neil Brown said to his bowlers during lunch? Guys, let's only give them 100 runs and let's chase 100. Or if we can, keep them below.
No, we can't take away the fact that Lions is a great team. You know, it's a good team. We can't really be that ambitious, if I could say. You need to be realistic. You do know that in parts of the game it will go quiet. In some parts of the game there will be a partnership. How do we do to contain a partnership and make sure that we do take wickets at necessary stages in the game? You know, I think the chat might have been, guys, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Another brilliant over from Pehluwayo, maiden over, score still 42 for 5 after 17. Coming back to that point in Bali, I think the chat in the change room would have been, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's just take it a wicket at a time, a step at a time, ball at a time. We do know that dot balls do create pressure. I mean, that's the old cricket cliche. And I think and I believe that's what the chat might have been in that change room.
And also, as a batsman, when you come in, what do you then say? What were you told? What are you told? Go play your natural game or just survive till tea? Because those are some of the conversations you'd want to have with your batsman as a coach, especially when you find yourself in such a spot. It's very unusual. Well, it can happen to anyone. Even the best teams in the world have actually lost. Oh, that's a great fielding moment there. That's a great fielding moment. I thought that was going to the boundary.
Great fielding there by Van Heerden at backward point. Just dropped short. Another one straight. Tucked around the corner for 2 runs. I'm coming back to your point, Mbali. I think regarding the batting side, whoever's playing on this ground is skilled enough. I'd say the batters might have been told, just go out there, play your game. You know the situation. You are good enough to be at this level. You know you can read the game. You are 4 down at lunch. So it's all about being out there and spending time out there and making sure that you do what you do best, or you do what got you to this level. Short, cut, down to sweeper. Great shot there by Hamza for one.
Yeah. Another thing, it just looks like runs are very precious and very hard to find. Boundaries are hard to come about. That's how brilliant the Titans have been bowling this afternoon. In fact, just before when they started bowling, just before lunch, they got into gear and they hit the right spots, got the wickets. That's well defended. Another great over by Tandwa. The score taking it to 45 for 5 after 18 overs with the lead of just 59 this afternoon. Mpho, who would have imagined we would be here?
No one would have. Remember, cricket is a game of sessions. So when you sit in the change room and you've got 4 sessions in the day, Titans definitely did tick the first box with the bat, with that partnership of Andile, with the batting display of Andile. And honestly speaking, yes, the session just before lunch did belong to Titans as well. And they've come out after lunch as well and stuck to their plans of making sure that we string up the dots, we make sure that we contain, let the batting team do the mistakes.
I think it's very simple. You don't try too many fancy things. You just stick to the original game plan. You don't want to change too many things. You can't change the formula that's always working or what is working. Had they not taken wickets, then one would be worried, but they have taken wickets on a regular interval. They have managed to, contain the Lions with their bowling. And, how did that stay out? That's another great ball from Andile Phehlukwayo, just showing his experience here. Like I said earlier, that he looks like a new person, rejuvenated, new Andile, who's now come up to the high fell to play for the Lions, having played his cricket in KZN most of his life. And here we are. What do you think has changed for him?
It could be a lot of factors, Mbali, and a change of scenery, a change of environment would help. And finding a new home and making sure that you can redefine yourself and work on your game and rebrand it showed in the batting. You know, he batted long. He made sure that he played that senior role as a senior batter in the team. He made sure that he spends enough time out on the outfield.
Yeah,
You
and
know-
that's quite important. That's quite important that you spend when you're given an opportunity to utilize it, and at the end of the day, you still need to represent your franchise. But at the end of the day, you want to put your hand up for the Proteas. Another great ball from Andy Lepohlukwayo. He is really hitting the deck very hard, and the batsman that is Zubair Hamza is uncomfortable. He looks very uncomfortable, and you know, he's just waiting for his chance, bowling a very good line.
Yeah, he is. He is sticking to his plan, and coming back to the point of him relocating. He definitely does want to grow as a player and stick his hand up, you know, and let the Proteas selectors and management know that, look, guys, I am capable of playing all three formats. Because as we've known, Andile has always been a short format player. And I'm really happy and impressed by the way he built his innings today, and it had such a huge level of maturity. And you could, as if sense that he is on the right way. You know, he's on the right way to making sure that he does put his hand up really for the test team.
Looks like each and every ball is almost a chance. It is, of course, the end of the over, 46 for 5 after 19, with the lead of 61. That is the Lions. Zubair Hamza and Dilano Potgieter are currently in the crease, or occupying the crease, with Tsepo Ndwanda about to bowl for the Titans. You know, with the sun having come out, the pitch will start to bake, and I think it will get harder, and it will get much easier for the batsman to bowl, to bat. And, you know, I haven't really seen the pitch, didn't go out there to check the pitch, but it looks very solid. When you get an opportunity, take your chances as a bowling team. When you get in as a batsman, apply your mind and get in, focus, you will definitely score your runs. But it's not that easy for the current batsmen that are in.
Almost a chance for a run out there. Ndwandwe dropped it short. Late cut to Van Heerden, who came around and threw it in, collected, threw it in to the keeper. Almost a chance of a run out there. Another dot ball from Tsepo. He's really, you know, shown good form, Tsepo, has he, Mbali?
Most definitely, and also maturity in how he's bowling, how he's just attacking. He's gotten the Lions batsman playing almost each and every ball that he's bowling. And I from where we're sitting, we can see the turn that the batsmen aren't having it easy. He's bowling it very well. That's a good forward defensive shot. That is from Dilano Potgieter.
Yeah, he has to let the batters play, I mean, with these conditions. Drop shot, tucked around the corner for a single.
Runs are very precious for the Lions, hey, as they come. And with that, we are going to take a drinks break. Just looking at the last hour of play, Mpo, what do you make of it? Was it a good session for the Lions or the Titans, with only 1 wicket having been lost? Remember when we went to the lunch break, it was 4 for 4, And, an hour later, it is 48 for 5 with just the lead of 62, having bowled 20 overs. And when we look at the scorecard here, the DP Lions, the only person that has really put up his hand is Zubair Hamza, who's on 32 after 50 balls. He's had to, play himself in. And unfortunately, Connor Oosthuizen, who's now gone, was on 8 after 31 balls. He was playing the supportive role on the other side. When you look at the Titans' bowling figures, you've got Dian Khalim, who I believe is now out the field, who had just bowled 2 overs and just went for 1 run, having taken 1 wicket. Tsepo Ndwandwe, who's currently bowling, has taken 1 wicket for the 7 runs that he's gone for in the 5 overs. And also we've seen Merritt Breck or Brett Merrick being bowled, bowling very well throughout the innings. And it's been a great afternoon so far. We look forward to another competitive hour as the players take drinks. You are probably asking yourself, what is being said to the batsmen? What message has been conveyed by the skipper, Dominic Hendricks, and obviously the team coach, seeing that they aren't doing too well. And obviously, we need to mention a couple of players that have done very well. Kerbin Borch, his opening spell just before lunch was what destroyed the Lions' opening pair. They got them in all sorts of trouble. Then you had the likes of Dian Khalim, who also was the other opening bowler just before lunch. And look at where they are right now. 48 for 5 after 20 overs. What would be ideal? How many runs would the Lions need to make sure that they got a good second innings total and try and, put runs on the board and try and defend that score and make sure that they don't make things easier for the Titans? I think 150 is a good score for the 4th innings. If one has to chase 150, especially not knowing what the weather conditions are going to be or how they're going to be in the morning or by this afternoon. Yes, the weatherman had predicted that there would be thunder showers, but so far with the sun coming out, I'm hoping we have a full day's play.
Yeah, let's do hope that we do get the full 4 days in Bali. Look, there's nothing exciting than, the longer version of the game. We've been consumed by so many of these short format cricket tournaments happening around the world. And it's so exciting, as a red ball cricket lover. It's so exciting to watch and see that we still do have cricketers that love and enjoy spending time out there.
Yeah, looks like there's going to be a change of bowling that is being signaled by Empire Mazizi Kampu. It's going to be Kerbin Borch, the opening bowler, changing ends this time, coming from the Colette Drive end. Starts with a very good delivery on the ball, on the mark, makes the batsman play.
Brilliant start there by Kerbin Borch. He would be refreshed after that drinks break, and he took a breather, and allowed Tsepo to come and hold up an end. He would be looking forward to great ball. He'll be looking forward to trying out this end and seeing what it has in store for him. I mean, he's been brilliant. He's been brilliant in this innings where he has taken 1 wicket for only 13 runs. I mean, only that 1 over that went for 9 runs. But he's been brilliant in this innings.
You know, funny enough, both the all-rounders that scored 50s are now bowling from this end. Just before him, you had Andile Peshogwayo, and he was letting it go. He was bowling at a very decent pace, very good pace, just like you are seeing Kerwin also bowling at the very same decent pace, and you know he's letting go. And they're not too far from touching distance if you think about it. They just need 5 more wickets, and they give themselves an opportunity to chase those runs, but it's not going to be easy.
Remember, Mbali, cricket is a game of partnerships. And they're both hunting in partnerships. Oh! Brilliant ball from Coben Bosch there. Beating the outside half of the bat, invited him to come forward. But Potgieter went for the expensive drive and missed it. He almost fell off there. He almost fell off balance there, coming forward. It was just as if it was a half committed shot there. Almost got a nick. But I mean, the ploy here, I'd believe, for Coben Bosch is to come and get a wicket or 2 from this end and then bring Merrick back.
Yeah, most definitely. Seems like it's the ploy. And also, when you look at how this end is playing, that's why they've gotten Tsepo Ndwandwe bowling from that end. And it looks like bowling over in this end, it is pacier, it is much more bouncier, and it is much more livelier. Hence, they've gotten their fast bowlers coming from this end. You know, with that ball that was missed a couple of deliveries ago, one would have said a good batsman would have edged it. That's another great delivery. And that's the end of the over. 48 for 5 after 21 overs, with the lead still being 62.
And yes, Mbali, yeah, you're right. As the saying would say, a great batsman would have nicked that. But these guys are at that level where they are great and they do know and deserve to be in this.
So would you have nicked it?
I think so. I think I would have. That was a good ball, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
It was a good ball and shows the class that Bosch has. Tsepo Ndwandwe carries on. He's held this end pretty well, Mbali, I would say. I mean, 5 overs for 7 runs. I mean, look, this is Paul Harris stuff, isn't it?
Most definitely. Also, you look at the commitment from the Lions and you look at the commitment from the Titans on the field. They are not giving anything. Their bowlers are definitely on the mark. They are giving little to nothing for room to the batsmen. They aren't giving them any extras. They aren't giving them any balls that can be hit for boundaries. They have said, if you want runs, you need to work for them.
That's 100% correct, Mbali. You have to work for these runs. Given nothing away. And I mean, it's at that point in the game where we can't afford to give anything away, really.
It's also another crucial hour just before tea. One would want to apply, as batsmen, you'd want to apply yourselves, make sure that you don't lose any wickets, make sure that you keep getting the odd runs or the runs. If a bad ball comes, you put it away.
Straight ball, flicked to deep square. This brings up 50 for Lions. They're 50 for 5. And coming back to that point that you just made, I don't think the Titans would want to have the repeat of what happened yesterday. And I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Brilliant ball, dot ball from Tsepo there. Coming back to that point, Mbali, Lions had Titans in the tangle before tea yesterday. Drop short, bullied over mid-off. Brilliant shot by Hamza. He just had to make sure that he gets the bad ball away. Much needed runs for the Lions there. 54 for 5 after 22 overs with a lead of 68.
Definitely a welcome boundary. Just eases the pressure off. It's been a while since we last saw the ball just going over the boundary rope. So, when you get one like that, Tandwa hasn't really given too many loose deliveries. So you capitalize when one comes up.
That's correct. And Hamza jumped on that opportunity. Yes, the Lions had Titans in a tangle up until that partnership from Bosch and Petlukwayo, which got Titans in a very good position, in the position where they are in at the moment. Or they were with the bat. And I'd like to believe that the Titans as well, as a bowling unit, they don't want to give too much away or get too complacent before tea. Because that's where I personally think it went wrong for the Lions yesterday, where they got comfortable and that partnership between Petlukwayo and Bosch started to develop, and they lost their drive to want to get wickets. So I just hope, because we all know that, cricket, is a game of phases. You don't want to be in that phase where you become too complacent and you've got the tight grip, but you become too complacent and give runs away and lose that edge and drive to get more wickets.
Most definitely. Also, it is a game of margins. You take what you have and you utilize or make the most of it. And at this point in time, the Lions did not make the most of what they had yesterday when they had the Titans. And Empire Mazizi says, not out. It says it hit the thigh pad. And as you can see that most of the Titans players are in disbelief.
Tell you what, Mbali, like you said, cricket is a game of margins. That only the umpire knows. Everyone was convinced the slip caught in the keeper. Brilliant take from the keeper there. Just a bit unfortunate. Did it hit the pad? Maybe, we don't know. But only the umpire knows.
And a fairly experienced umpire at it. One thing for sure. And very good.
Brilliant comeback delivery there outside of Potgieter up in arms, letting that one go. He would be asking himself what that hit from the previous ball.
Yeah. But from where we are sitting, unfortunately, we don't have what is required for us to double check. But a great take. I must give it to the wicket keeper behind. It was a stunning take. Surely with that take, if there was a prize for it, it would be a wicket.
Follows up with a bouncer. Could be out of anger, we don't know, but we all know that if anything happens, the bowler's always right. But that's followed up with a bouncer. Bosch stamping his authority, letting Potgieter know that I'm here. And what do you think the plot could be here? I mean, let's look at that. Got two slips in a gully, backward point, and you've got like a short. Oh, brilliant ball! No feet whatsoever.
He's
Beating the outside off of the bat. I mean, coming back to the ploy, you've got like a leg slip and a mid-wicket just in front of square.
And you've got a fine leg there.
And you've got a fine leg and you've got the covers open. What do you think could be the plan for Potgieter here, Mbali?
From the previous deliveries that we've seen, I think he is just saying, drive. Let's see if you have the license to. And also, there's also that ploy where you get him on the front foot, then you push it at the back, which is now then a surprise ball for him. Let's see if he can play a short ball. We saw him ducking one a couple of deliveries ago. And, you know, what I like is that they've got a very attacking field.
Oh, brilliant ball there from Bosch to end the over. It's a maiden over with a slight or maybe a chance that didn't go their way. Score was 54 for 5 after 23 overs. And I mean, we just saw the leg slip. We just saw that man in the helmet moving to leg slip. So we do already know that Bosch has got that sharp bouncer. He's probably hoping that he'd fire one in just to catch Potgieter by surprise, probably a top edge. You never know, but the plan could be that it could be a double bluff. I don't know. What do you think, Mbali?
I also think so too. But it would also be interesting to see in stats how many wickets are actually taken by the short ball in the longer format of the game, especially in the 4-day game. How often do bowlers utilize the bouncer?
Ball straight, swept, down to deep square, came back for 2. How often do the bowlers use a bouncer in a longer format of the game? I think sometimes a bouncer should be a go-to ball as a surprise or an element of surprise. And as the old saying goes, go for the 1-2.
And also, it's about bending your back. You need to bend that back and you know, just let it go. Like you say, you talk about it being a surprise ball. I haven't really seen too many bounces this afternoon, but I've seen very good bowling from, you know, both ends when the Lions were bowling just now earlier in the day. And even now, as the Titans are bowling, they are just bowling to take wickets. I've seen very few balls that are not worth playing. Most of the balls, they are, you know, need to be played.
Yeah. Definitely. Tandwa closing the over. 2 runs still coming off that over. Score is 56 for 5 after 24 overs. So you would say that the bouncer isn't being bowled enough?
I don't think I've seen the short ball being bowled, but not that much. I can literally count how many bounces I've seen. Well, the 2 that I saw earlier went to the golf course.
And that was Petlokwayo.
That was Petlokwayo. He was seeing it big then.
Coben Bosch running in. There's the bouncer. There is the bouncer. That could look very dangerous. It hit him. There'll be a call for the paramedics to come in.
Is he trying to demonstrate something to me?
No, like I said, Bosch does have that sharp bouncer, and it comes as an element of surprise, and that's looked like it's done some damage. And
Yeah.
I think a concussion test will have to be done by the physio. It was a bit unfortunate but the sharpness of that shot ball, and it's what we've been talking about, you know. I mean, if you could look at the replay there, took his eyes off the ball and hit him at the back of the helmet.
And
Not a pretty good sight to watch, you know. But in most cases, you know, when we are batting, you know, they always say keep your eye on the ball, but when they come as a surprise like that, they can become very deadly. Let's
True.
just hope that it's not that serious. The physio busy doing a concussion test.
Well, we saw Andy Lepetlukwayo being hit earlier while he was in his 60s. And just recapping and looking at the score while the batsman is being tended to, the Lions are currently in a lead of 70 runs with the Lions on 56 for 5 after 24.1 overs. Zubair Hamza still in there at 39 after 60 deliveries. And Connor Oosthuizen was the only other person that managed to get to 8 runs, but they were still not enough. Now we've seen a great bowling display from the multiplier Titans with Dian Khalim, who's now gone off the field, having taken a wicket after bowling just only 2 overs. Coben Bosch, who we are currently in his over, having bowled 7.1 overs, has gone for 13 runs, having taken just 1 wicket. It is, of course, a really, really, really daunting task for the Lions to just put on decent runs on the board. I am thinking 200 is enough to send the Titans and say, chase it, and let's see where you guys can get. And you try and, take the wickets. Because the most important thing is to restrict and make sure that the Titans don't get to the required runs in the 4th innings.
And yeah, Mbali, the runs put will be very important. Will be important, you know, as it'll determine the outcome of the game, really. And by the looks of things, looks like Connor Oosthuizen, Potgieter would be walking out. Retired, hurt, head injury. Just unfortunate. And we'll see who will. It should be Fortuin walking in to come into bat. I think, coming back to the bouncer topic in Bali, was that the one, or?
Yeah, it was definitely the one. It's as if he was listening to us.
And I mean, yeah, with the setup as well, I would say that maybe Bosch was trying to. I mean, if we look at that again, drop short, turned his back, hit him at the back of the head, the back of the helmet. I mean, I could say that probably the plan was to get the short, the leg slip and play there, you know.
Yeah, you look at the fielding, how he had his fielding position. That was the ploy. Unfortunately, it has not worked out. It's resulted in an injury. I mean, it's sport. It's not malicious. It's not planned. It was just a ploy to get him out and just unsettle him. But it's very important as a batsman to watch the ball till the very, very last moment.
No, that's correct. I totally agree with you, Mbali. We've got Johannesburg Fortuin walking in. He can hold a bat as well. I mean, with the highest of 194. 750s. That's not a bad.
No, it's
Not so
not,
bad.
not so bad for somebody that comes in low down the order at a number 7 or number 8. One thing for sure, you are not going to get his wicket that easily, or he's not going to go out cheaply. But also, it's so unusual that he'll come in with the situation being like this.
Oh, brilliant shot through the covers. Fortuin off the mark. Bosch dropped it a bit short. Bjorn back foot punch through the cover. What a welcome shot that has been from him.
Yeah, looked like an opening batsman, you know, pretty solid, you know, that back foot cover drive or back foot punch and goes to the covers, a welcomed boundary, one thing for sure. We spoke about him. He can hold the bat. He can play himself in. Looks like the ball hit high on top of the bat.
Bosch has got a heavy ball. Very heavy. But he's contained himself very well. I mean, going for his 8th over, 1 for 17. He is now the senior bowler, really, in Bali. Because, I mean, Khalim is still out injured. He'd be looking to make sure that he wraps this up fairly quickly.
That's a great delivery. That is a great, just on the 4th stump. But also, that's great judgment from the batsman. So great cricket all round.
Yeah. Brilliant cricket. I mean, with the new batter just walked in, you would be looking to attack the stumps and make sure that you go 4th, 5th stump. At least try and get him to play so that he can nick off. Oh, brilliant shot by Bjorn. Driven through the covers. Long chase there by Neil Brandt. Got 2 runs there.
Doesn't win the race this time to the boundary, fortunately. But it is very decent shots being played there. With just 1 ball left in this over.
Hamza's been there for quite some time now, and he steadied these innings. He's played that senior role and made sure that he spends time out there. Oh, brilliant ball to close the over there by Bosch. Score now is 63 for 5 after 25 overs, and handing over to Pila.
Good afternoon, Pila.
Hey, good afternoon, Bali. It's really enthralling, this match. I mean, this day 3 has been really good in terms of its action. It started early on in the morning where the Titans were really good in chewing off that deficit of 77 overnight and getting 63 runs in an hour and a half of play. That meant that they gave themselves a bit of an advantage when they came out with the ball in the second innings of the Lions. And they really did try and capitalize on it. And they picked up 4 wickets before that lunch break. It's a good Fight back this from the home side. Unfortunate that Delano Potgieter has to retire hurt. A vicious bouncer from Corbin Bosch. Hopefully he's okay, but Delano Potgieter still has plenty of contributions to still make in this game. If the Lions have any prospects of winning it. So by Hamza. Showing his ability with the bat in this format of the game. And quite importantly, the DP World Lions have a lead of 78 runs. Could be handy. Anything over 120, 150 could prove a bit tricky batting last on the surface. So for the Titans, it's about making sure that you keep on picking up wickets. And certainly a really good encounter here at the Wanderers Stadium.
And also, you are probably wondering what the conversation is between the two batsmen currently at the crease.
Catch it. Oh my goodness.
I thought that was taken. For a second there, I thought it was just one of those, they call it bump ball. But I just got stopped. That had 4 runs written all over it. Another great delivery from Tandwa. He is really holding that golf end down with Corbin operating from the collet drive end. He is definitely making the batsman play at each and every delivery. With that being said, it is, of course, the end of the over. It is 65 for 5 after 26 overs.
Yeah, don't be surprised that you're seeing day one. And the other matches that are on the go in the CSA 4-day series. This match, of course, is slightly delayed. Reno Potch, Northwest Dragons, 130 for 6. Batting first against the Knights. Some bizarre runouts in that game as well. Reinhard van Tonder back into the side. Run out bizarrely by his former teammate. Merrick Brecht back into the attack. I wanted to speak about Zubair Hamza, Bali in it's so important for him to be able to try and get back to his best form. Made the move down or up to the Highveld from Western Province, then the Cobras. It's been a bit difficult for him trying to settle in here. It was obviously that 9 months he lost of cricket because he had to serve a ban. Took a little bit of momentum out of his career, but he's still the talented youngster that a lot of people were touting him to turn out to be. Zubair Hamza. So it's an important knock for him in the context not only of his game, but also in his career as he looks to finally settle in, make some big runs. We know he's capable of making big runs.
Another straight delivery, just kept out the block hole. You know, when you look at young Brett running in, you can feel the energy that he possesses. And when he lets go of the ball, you can tell this is a young man with lots of energy and a great future ahead. Having played in the Under-19 World Cup in 2020, he hasn't really played too many first-class games, but he is definitely one for the future. I just love how his rhythm and ball's very, very straight. Another dot ball.
That future has to be now, doesn't it, Bali? Because make mention of the fact that even though he's relatively young in age, a lot of the development happens when you play and continuously play. And so it's so important for him to get the opportunities from a playing point of view. Make sure that he learns as much as he possibly can, Merrick Brett.
And I like the fact that he can also hold the bat. I saw a couple of shots that he played earlier. That is somebody that is that is somebody that was not riding on luck. That is somebody that can hold the bat. If given a chance, that's a great defensive stroke from Zubair Hamza. That being said, it is the end of the over. It is, of course, 65 for 5. I made an over with the Lions having a lead of 79 runs.
Gold Rush Boerland, 185 without loss. Big 100 from Grant Rulofson. He's first in the colors of Gold Rush Boerland. Peter Malan, ever experienced Peter Malan, 72. Warriors finding it a little bit difficult to penetrate in that game. Sia Plaiki and Senaran Mutusemi back into the fold after that tour of Bangladesh. Senaran Mutusemi, Matthew Breska also back into that side. So plenty of CSA 4-day action on the go across the country.
That's a great delivery. Just managed to keep it out. That is Zube. Just a correction beyond Fortuin. So it's the left armor against the left armor. Both of them spin bowlers, with Tandwa just having left the Lions previously playing here. So they know each other very well. That's a good stroke, just goes for one.
Careful, careful. Needs to be careful, both Hamza and Fortuin. They've got those two short catches stationed right under the nose of the right-handed batters. It's a good ploy, this, from Tsepondwandwa. It's enough turn and on offer on this wicket, so he's banking on the fact that Hamza and Fortuin might just play a little bit in front of their bodies. That's a giveaway. That's a dead giveaway. Too straight and easily pedaled around the corner by Zubair Hamza. Gets 4. Just hoping that Hamza and Fortuin play ahead of their bodies and get caught by those two short catches on the offside. slip also in. That's too easy. Boundary in the over, 71 for 5.
So, Pilar, when you are betting, do you also look at the time and communicate to your other betting partner to say, let's try and survive till 22, 3? Do you then break it down according to every 5 minutes or every over? And then you think the next 20 minutes are very crucial. Just prior to tea, we said that phase, not prior to tea, prior to lunch, we had said that that phase is going to be very important. The Lions need to make sure that they keep their wickets. In a space of 20 minutes, they had lost 4 wickets. Another run for Zubair Hamza. He's gotten his eye in, slowly creeping up to the 50 mark. He's on 45 after 71 balls. He scored most of the runs in these Lions innings.
I guess it'll be a session-based scenario for these two batters. It would have been a little bit unfortunate for them to lose Delano Potgieter through that nasty blow on the head. I guess these two batters will be telling themselves, let's get to tea. If we go to tea unscathed, not losing another wicket here, we could be in a position of trying to force a result tomorrow. I think the plans have gone a little bit out the window in how they would have wanted to start the day. The home side. Oh, that's high, that's high. Mazizi Kampu's hands stay beside himself. Everybody on their knees, they can't believe it, heads on heads. And quite importantly for the Lions, it's Bjorn Fortuin who survives. Oh, that is close. That is very close. He's got that ball moving back into the right-hander consistently, Merrick Brett. Everybody, when they looked up at the big screen, there's a nice replay on the big screen. I'm happy with the decision made by Mazizi Kampu. It's close though, certainly close for Merrick Brett.
So, with Merrick Brett, I've realized that he just bowls one line. He bowls straight for the stumps. Fourth stump, very simple. I haven't seen anything short. But you know, I said something short earlier, and yeah. I think he's just going for, all he wants is a wicket. Oh. Just goes for one inside edge. These two batsmen need to survive the next 20 minutes to give their side a chance of putting a decent score. They definitely need to survive till tea. You know, make the Titans work for their wicket. You know, anything can happen after tea. having just lost 1 wicket in this session and having put on a very decent 70 runs. That's a great forward defensive shot by Zubair Hamza. With that being said, it is the end of the over, the 29th over, with the score on 73 for 5, with the lead of 87 by the Lions. This is, of course, the third innings, the second innings by the Lions. The Titans this morning were bowled out for 302 all out.
That's very close. It's bowled well. Tandwa hasn't given too many away. Lovely. That's so good. Just in the nick of time. Lovely. A really good drive that. Nice hands from Bjorn Fortuin to get it through that packed offside field. Gets 4.
This partnership is starting to build up with 17 runs already for them. But the most important thing is to survive till tea. If they can make it till tea, they'll definitely give the Lions a chance at putting decent runs on the board and having something to bowl to or for in the second innings by the Titans. Another good shot, 2 welcome boundaries, 2 great shots. I think Tandwa is tiring. He's been holding the fort in the golf course end since lunch. He's bowled very, very well. Take nothing away from him. Don't let those 2 boundaries fool you that he's been bowling loose deliveries. It's just that the 2 that he's bowled, the last 2 that he's bowled that were loose, needed to be put away. And almost the same result. Luckily, there's someone at backward cover who prevents 4 more runs.
Just bowled 2 lengths in this over, Tandwa. It's either been too full or too short. The first half of that over, that first ball, was probably the perfect in-between length that he wants to operate on. Quicker as well to get the bat down in time. As Bjorn Fortuin, the lead is creeping up slowly to 100 runs. It's 81 for 5. Game finally balanced. Lions batted first, 316 all out, 302 in reply. The Titans able to whittle down that first innings deficit to just 14 runs, and then maybe a second outing with the bat. The Lions 81 for 5. They were 4 for 4 at one stage. The recovery job being led by Zubaya Hamza at this stage. 46 from 71. Timely innings this for Zubair Hamza. Resurrect this second innings display with the bat for the Lions. So the game very much finely in the balance here. The wicket might really swing things back into the favor of the Titans. Just on that point you made about Merrick Brett and the accuracy that he's shown in this game. He's not the quickest, Merrick Brett. So for him, it's so important to be able to show enough composure and skill and hone in on an area where it makes the batters a little bit difficult, test that front foot. He's been able to move the ball back into the right-handers, which has been good. Time a little bit too straight, but he's shown that he has the skill and the accuracy to do a job for Neil Brunt and the Titans.
I think it's done enough to earn his place or earn his spot here in the squad. He is definitely a fine one to watch. Great talent. Just need to, apply himself as he is currently. And this is the perfect opportunity for himself to actually say, hey guys, very consistent, nice high arm action, ball straight, wicket to wicket, nothing too fancy. You hit, you miss, I hit, or the other way around. That's one for the over. Empire Mazizi Kampu signals. Much of a surprise ball from him, from what I've been observing. He's just been bowling very straight on the block hole, but just goes and demonstrates to me that I can actually bang one in. Hence the Empire said, that's it, that's one for your over. That's a great field, great fielding, great bowling, so great cricket all round. With that being said, it's the end of the over. It's 83 for 5 after 31 overs with 97 a lead of 97 runs for the Lions. Pila did say that they are creeping up, moving to 100 runs. We can look forward to Test cricket from the 27th till the 9th of December, where South Africa will be taking on Sri Lanka. Great cricket coming this summer. Make sure that you will be where the action will be. We all know that tomorrow the Proteas take on India in Gqeberha at St. George's Park in the first T20.
A massive T20, massive test series that for South Africa.
That's how we get to that. Must find our own deal there with fly saver and what's it called? Book our own hotels. They don't have a choice.
Test series, test championship points up for grabs. Road to the ICC Test Championship final. Diego Brevis, first time in this second innings. And there's been a lot of talk about South Africa scheduling those games on coastal conditions, Durban and Gqeberha. A test series against Sri Lanka. Oh, they might have thought he's got an edge to that. I think says Brett White. Sri Lanka's already won their first ever test match in the same venue in Durban, Kingsmead. So it's very much a point of discussion that South Africa is playing those two test matches where they would likely spin and gets the opposition, subcontinental opposition, into the game. I reckon the South African side should be good enough to be able to win on any surface. We saw their exploits in Bangladesh, where the first test was friendly seam conditions as the Lions lead reaches 100 runs. And then big spinning conditions in that second test in Chattogram. So to come away from that series with a 2-0 series win, it shows that South Africa can play on any surfaces, and whether South Africa plays against Sri Lanka in PE or Centurion, it shouldn't be a great deal of concern. Just 3 runs from the Brevis first over, it's 86 for 5.
Very crucial, 10 minutes ahead, 10 minutes just prior to tea. What do you say to each other as batsmen? Keep a cool head. If there's an opportunity to score runs, let's score. But the most important thing is to protect your wicket and make sure that we go to the tea break as the 2 batsmen that have been entrusted with the job currently. It's going to be a nail-biting 10 minutes. It's not going to be easy. A bit of anxiety. We know what happened prior to lunch. 4 quick wickets. With that being said, the first ball being bowled goes for 4. This partnership now with 30 runs. Remember, Dilano Potgieter retired hurt. Johann Fortuin had to then walk into the park, and so far has done very well. Zubair Hamza is on 49, just needing 1 more. While Fortuin is on 24. You know, he's come in, he's applied himself, he's scored a couple of good shots, he's gotten a couple of boundaries, he's taken a bit of the pressure off from Zubair, who has been holding the fort, who has been, you know, the pillar of strength for the Lions. That's a good ball. Great cricket all round.
And it's a good recovery job being done by this pair. It's got first class 50s and first class 100s beyond 14. So I think when they were 4 down, I didn't think that there were any panic stations. It's flown to backward point. That's on the boundary just for the single. We made mention to the fact that even last season in the final, the Lions found themselves in a similar position. There weren't any panic stations. They trusted the fact that they had enough talent with the bat to get themselves out of any hole. Being 4 for 4 and now 91 for 5, it is a bit of a recovery job. Well, it has to be commended for the Lions. $50 for Zubair Hamza. It's an important knock. It's back-to-back 50s and his 32nd first-class 50 for Zubair Hamza. It's a knock that's giving the Lions the advantage back after a top order collapse again in this second innings.
I think he still has lots to offer us. 29-year-old Zubair Hamza made the great track to the high veld.
$92 for 5.
Probably the very last over before tea. You'd want to maintain a cool head as a batsman and just make sure that you block the over out. If there's one loose delivery that you can dispatch for 4 or for a boundary, then make the most of it. We'll just go for 1. For some reason, I feel like the Titans are taking their foot off the pedal. At one point, they had the Lions in trouble, and the Lions now slowly digging themselves out of trouble. Just prior to lunch, they were in a spot of bother at 4 for 4 in 4.4 overs. It looks very respectable, the total currently on the scoreboard, it being 93 for 5, with a batsman having retired hurt. We can definitely give the session to the Lions, having lost just 1 wicket and just putting on just above 90 runs in the last 2 hours.
I think when the sun came out, conditions started to get a little bit more settled to be able to bat.
We did say earlier that the weather conditions are going to play a major role, and the wind seems to have gone or seems to have died down. The ball getting older, the sun coming out. Obviously, the wicket also baking in the sun, the hot, high-felt sun. It's been hot for a couple of days. It was just yesterday. One more edit to the total. One more delivery just before tea. We have to give it to the Lions. Did fairly well. Although with one delivery, anything can still happen.
Edged away. It'll beat short third. Josh van Heerden will only retrieve it from the boundary. And umpire Brad White signals for and calls time on a session that the Lions had to claw themselves back into the game in. 99 for 5. And it looks so much better than 4 for 4. And crucially, the DP World Lions lead by 113 runs in their second innings. And the charge is being led by Zubair Hamza, 52 from 87, and he's been ably assisted by Bjorn Fortuin. He's scoring at a decent rate as well, 30 from 32. This match is far from over. Having batted first, the Lions 316 all out in their first innings. Titans came back nicely, particularly on the start of day 3, where they were able to chew away a large chunk of that 77-run overnight deficit. 302 all out. And then in the second innings, the DP World Lions 99 for 5 had to do a real big recovery job after being 4 for 4. Andile Pehlukwayo 88 from 154. How important is that for him personally, but also in the context of the momentum multiplied Titans hopefully coming away with a victory here at the Wanderers. At tea time, it's the Lions who are 99 for 5 and lead crucially by 113. We'll see you at the other side of this tea break.
The new president has changed everything.
Final session of day 3, and this quite enthralling 4-day series match between the Lions and the Titans here at the Wanderers Stadium. Game finally in the balance. A seesaw affair with the Titans bossing much of the early stages of today, but then the Lions gathering some momentum in that second session, where a good partnership between Zubair Hamza, who's crossed his 32nd half-century in first-class cricket, and together with Ntalano Potgieter before he unfortunately had to retire hurt. And Hamza's find a capable ally and Bjorn Fortuin. He's currently on 30 from 32 deliveries, so the Lions are 113 runs ahead of the Titans going into this final session. There's so much of action still left on day 3. Could still very much go either way here. And a couple of wickets, that's what the Titans would be hoping for, to really put pressure on the Lions heading into this final session. And the home side will be hoping that this partnership between Hamza and Fortuin extends and gets them to a target close to 200 runs or even beyond. And also time is going to be a factor. How many runs are safe enough to get a positive result? Corbin Bosch will start us off. Oh, hurry. Hurry, had to hurry. And it's a bit of a ping pong going on at the moment. All action from the first ball after tea. Mposolowa's alongside me in commentary box. What a final session we have in store, Mposolowa.
What a bit of a dramatic start there, Pila. Corbin Bosch starting us off. Almost a chance of a run out. And the final session will actually determine where the game goes. I mean, the game is evenly poised at the moment. I mean, great comeback by the Lions. Now the Titans need to graft back and make sure that they do bounce back.
$100 on the board in the second innings for the Lions. 101 for 5. We spoke about conditions in that second session, Paul, that looked to improve for the batting point of view. It's still very much overcast, and Paul moved a lot in that first session where the Lions lost 4 wickets before the lunch break. Oh, that's rose up on him. All played in the end, though. It's good pace from Corbin Bosch. Just ringing that right hand, Zubair Hamza. Like it just took off at the length here.
Yeah, that looked a bit nasty. I mean, we did say that Bosch has got that heavy ball. And when he does get it in the right areas, can be a bit dangerous. Ooh, shot and wide, cut to cover. Yeah, I mean, the conditions have have changed quite a bit with the wicket drying out from the morning, having a bit of moisture. It was moving around and keeping low a bit. But we do have a bit of bounce, and it's no longer a snake pit, but there is a bit of bounce, and Bosch is using it.
It's the gentle push. Didn't look like Hamza wanted to lunge on that front foot. He was a little bit tentative going forward. Those two short pitch deliveries just pushing him back a little bit. And time just enough to get it into the gap and come back for the second run. It certainly does look like conditions from a batting point of view has slightly improved. They've batted beautifully here, Hamza and Fortuin. Single to finish that. It's 104 for 5.
Yeah, Pila, I would agree with you that the conditions are in favor of the batters a bit, and it has shown that the more time you spend out there, the easier it will get. I mean, Hamza started off sketchy, and now he does look like he's settled and ready, you know, looking good for, or poised for spending time out there. However, we do have Tandwa from the other end. Looks like he will be playing that Paul Harris role, you know, holding up that end and letting the pace bowlers rotate from the other end. Brilliant ball. Good way to start off the over. Well, I'll say not even Paul Harris. How's about a Maharaj?
He does have that ability to bowl long spells, Tsepondwandwa. Tried Devil Brevis for a couple of overs before tea from that end. I think Neil Brunt wants wickets. You'll go to his premier spinner in Tsepondwandwa at the start of a session. Fairly attacking field, this. Still employing those two short covers on the drive on the offside. 50 partnership between Fortuin and Hamza. Have batted well, combined well, this two. Feature has been the running between the wickets. They've dropped and run and rotated strike throughout this partnership.
Yeah, it's going back to basics in partnership building, and this is it. Drop short, cut away for 4, through backward point, much needed boundary, and the Lions will happily welcome that. And it goes to show that Hamza is well in. He's well in. I mean, he's taken his time, built this partnership, and built this innings.
Yeah, too short from Tsepondwandwa. Back cut, played as late as possible from Zibaya Hamza to access that gap on the onside. This time, drop short again. And quickly shuffles onto the back foot, Zivaya Hamza. One bounce and into the fence. Back-to-back boundaries to finish. Now that's Tsepondwandwa over. It's 114 for 5.
Yeah, not what Tsepo was hoping for, but I mean, if you're going to drop it short to these type of batters, you know, of this caliber, they will dispose of you. And Hamza was quick to rock back and pummel that over mid-wicket for 4 runs, back-to-back boundaries. Good for Lions. And Lions are 128 runs in the lead.
Very few have gone awry for Corbin Bosch in the spell. It's caused a bit of trouble for the wicketkeeper and Rivaldo Munsami. And trying to retrieve that. Oh, that's not good. That is not a good sign. That is not a good sign at all. Might have been a dislocation of a finger. He's writhing in pain on the floor there. Rivaldo Munsami. I think he might be okay though, you know. Physio will come out and try and sort him out, but it didn't look like Keegan Peterson had put it back in place. Already lost Dayan Khalim to injury halfway through day 3. Hasn't been back on the park since before lunch, Dayan Khalim. This would be an incredible blow for the Titans if Rivaldo Munsami has either a dislocated finger or a broken finger. Worst case scenario. $115 for 5 and a lead of 129. He's looking at what is a good total here, Mpo. There's still so much time left in the game. Hopefully a full day's play tomorrow. About 2 hours left this afternoon. And so important now for the Lions is the pace in which they get these runs from here on out. Knowing that they've only got the rest of this afternoon to bat and then make a decision whether how much time they're going to give themselves with the bat tomorrow morning. 129 runs ahead. If they're going at the current run rate, which is about 3.2 runs to the over, and the 2 hours left of play, they could get close to 200 runs before the close of play tonight. It might prompt a declaration early tomorrow morning to try and force the result and give themselves enough time to get those 10 wickets for victory.
This last session, yes, will be a very important and very crucial time of play where now, as management, you know, you have to come up with a strategy and say what is the best total to post on a wicket like this, where we saw the morning session. There's all sorts, you know. So 200 before close of play will be far-fetched. Maybe let's say 180. And then tomorrow First session, then we're looking at 220, 230 before lunch, and then we can declare. Then we give them that little period probably of 45 minutes to an hour before lunch to bat, and then they've got the whole afternoon. So that will also be determined at what rate today the match finishes at.
I think it'll also give the Lions some comfort that there aren't too many dashes in this Titans batting lineup. Rivaldo Munsemi can go at a fair click. Diego Brevis can go at a fair click. It takes me back to a game in Gqeberha, probably last season or 2 seasons ago, where the Titans chased down about 250 odd against the Warriors. They got there in about 2 sessions. And it was purely because of the brutality in which Donovan Ferreira batted at and comfortably won that game. But I don't think if it wasn't for him and his ability to score very quickly, he might have petered out into a draw that match. So the Lions will probably have that at the back of their mind. Who do they have here, the Titans, that can score quickly? Brevis, yes. Munsemi, yes. The rest of the side, though, maybe Andile Pehlukwayo, Corbin Bosch have shown the ability to up the rate. But no one of a strike rate of probably over 200 that can say, look, we're putting the fear into this bowling lineup. So those would be some of the considerations as well that will come into the fore for the Lions as they think about what is a good enough target to set the Titans. It's also the first game of the 4-day series for both of these sides, so they would want to start well, Mpo.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. I mean, there's a lot that needs to be considered, you know, given the lineup that you just gave now. I mean, those players that you mentioned go at a strike rate of over 100 in T20. Drop short, 2 runs through to point. And I mean, Pila, coming back to that point that you just made, yeah, Lions need to consider and make sure that they've got a comfortable enough total, you know, to make sure that either we bowl them out or we close the shop or we shake hands. 3 o'clock before tea, we shake hands, but it'll be a very interesting contest.
Putting at a fair pace here, Corbin Bosch. He's got Zubair Hamza's trigger movement a little bit confused at the moment. Trigger movement is heading towards square leg ever so slightly. That's what pace does to you. It's nicely that time, got into line. Who's been the most impressive player so far in this match in Posoloa?
To be quite honest, didn't have the opportunity to watch Hamza in the first innings, but obviously he top scored, and seeing him bat now, I'm quite impressed with the intent that he's showing. You know, he's showing the bowler that I'm here. You're gonna have to earn my wicket. Bowlers have to work hard for this wicket. Great shot. Pitched outside off. Late drive through backward point. It's much deserved boundary for the Lions. Taking the lead up to 136. I mean, let's not forget Bjorn has, you know, held up his end as well. I mean, with 36 runs from 35 balls, 36 balls. So he's supported Hamza very well there. And coming back to the most impressed, I mean, I was impressed by Ndile Phehlukwayo, to be quite honest. Pretty happy with the way that he matured. You know, he's matured, and that'll be the end of the over. 122 for 5 after 37 overs. Quite impressed by the way he built his innings. This is a different Ndile Phehlukwayo that we all know. And I'd put this Ndile Phehlukwayo in any side that I would pick. He's done well. I mean, spent time out there, made sure that he's batting for the team and understood the situation that the team was in.
Those are some of the notable performers so far in this match. I'll tell you who I've been impressed with is Corbin Bosch. He's such a talented cricketer, Corbin Bosch. He bowls at such... Got him! He's ripped it past bat, and it's taken a piece of off stump. What an excellent delivery from Tandwa. He's second. And he can't believe it. Zubair Hamza. He's batted so well. Looking good on 68, and Tandwa produces a spectacular delivery to get rid of him. The Lions lose their 6th, and all of a sudden, the Titans could look at this and say, we're back into the game. It's 122 for 6. Zubair Hamza gone for 68.
And that's the breakthrough that the Titans needed. They just needed to break this partnership. Brilliant ball from Tandwa. Ultimate rip and turn, taking top of off. I mean, that's the ultimate left arm spinner ball that any left arm spinner would appreciate getting that ball. And also getting a batter that's on 68. I mean, brilliant fit, brilliant ball. Those are things tests are made of, or the longer version of the game are made of. You know, everyone would love to see that happening often, especially if you're a bowler. You'd love to have that surprise ball. We call it a stock ball. And when it pays off, it does pay off. Walking in is Cody Yusuf. And Titans have got their 6th wicket. Lions 122 for 6. And coming back to that point you were making, Pilar, Corbin Bosch, I mean, very talented. You know, I'm quite impressed with the way he's managed his spell.
Can bat as well. Very talented cricketer, Corbin Bosch. Probably hasn't found the consistency that he would like in his career so far. Bowls a heavy ball. A bouncer he bowled to Potgieter was so good. It was so accurate, at pace. And then with the bat, he hit it far. Remember his exploits in the One Day Cup final that the Titans unfortunately lost against the same opposition 2 seasons ago. He was really impressive there. A wicket in the Tandwa over. That's 122 for 6. And the Lions have a 136 run lead over the Titans.
It's Coben Bosch still in the attack. He'd also be looking to get himself one. And make sure that gets his team in a good position as well. I mean, shot and wide, bit of width. Was an attempted cut, but bottom edge through slips. 4 runs there. Yeah, and as I was saying, Titans at some point we're looking, to close this game off before this lead got pretty big. But I'm sure they'll be looking to make sure that they get a couple before stumps.
Far more convincing that cut shot this time from Bjorn Fortuin. Yeah, that wicket of Hamza is so big. Neil Brandt will be just energizing his troops here. If they can get one more wicket, and they can really press and put the Lions under a bit of pressure before stumps. I want that lead to creep up beyond 200. It's already reaching 150 runs so far. It's 141, the lead. A couple of wickets here really puts pressure on the Lions. Cody Yusuf was useful with the bat in that first innings. And Lions will be hoping that he does the same here in the second innings in combination with Bjorn Fortuin. No word on Delano Potgieter yet whether he will come back out and continue with his batting innings. So at the back of their minds, the Titans will also be thinking about that. And the first job is to try and get the 4 remaining wickets. Can bat you, Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, as mentioned, the Titans will be focusing on those 4 wickets. It will be very crucial, very crucial. Quite an attacking field. You've got 2 slips, gully, backward point, man at cover. Shots really need to be played if the bowlers want them to. I mean, the plan would be just play me. Setting up for that nick outside off. But the batters have done well. I mean, whoa. It's a brilliant ball that from Coben Bosch. Beating the outside half of the bat. Half stride in. The score 127 for 6 after 39 overs. Lead still at 141. So Pilar, you the captain, Titans. Let's talk strategy now. What will be your plan? What will be the plan? At this stage of the game, ball has gotten older, the pitch has favored the batters. What would you be thinking when you're standing there at mid-on as the captain?
Well, at the moment, Neil Brunt has got his 2 best bowlers that are most likely to get a wicket on the surface. Coben Bosch is certainly the faster of the pace men. And Tandwa has spun a couple, got the wickets. Of Hamza. This guy can play cricket. This guy can certainly play cricket. Straight over the top of mid-off. Valuable runs this for Bjorn Fortuin and for the Lions.
Brilliant shot over the top. It's those back end batters. You thinking, bang, bang, gonna get 2 quick wickets, we're back in the game? No. Bjorn has got other ideas. That's a brilliant shot. It's a bit of air given on that one. It was inviting. And I see the skipper has dropped mid-on to long off. So we've got a man out. Got a man out for that single. Need to get Bjorn off strike to get the new batter on strike now. Let's see how this plays out.
He's going to continue. One on the offside, now on to the onside. He's putting his foot down now. Bjorn Fortuin realizes that the game is in the balance and he needs to swing it in favor of his side. 2 boundaries in the step on Tandwa over. And putting pressure right back onto the Titans after the fall of Zubair Hamza. And push for 2 here. And they'll get it comfortably. Another 50 for Bjorn Fortuin, his 8th in first-class cricket. Timely knock. 135 for 6 after 40.
It was a brilliant innings. Brilliant 50 from Bjorn. Came in just 75 minutes. 45 balls. 9 fours. Remarkable. Looks like a man on a mission. He understood the assignment. We've got a change of bowling. Andile Pehlukwayo brought back into the bowling attack. Bosch given a breather. And coming back to Bjorn's innings, I mean, Pila, goes to show that, you know, the more time you spend out there, I mean, I don't know how many times we're going to say this, you know, we're going to keep repeating it, that the more time you spend out there, I mean, we've seen with Hamza, now with Bjorn, that they spend a fair amount of time on the wicket, and it's worked for them, and it's paid off. They've patiently waited for those bad balls, and it really, really, really paid off. Such a brilliant knock to watch. Now with Andile back into the attack, let's see what the plan is now.
One slip, gully, and a short cover. That's in front of the man, that's stationed at backward point, halfway to the boundary. Jedley van Bresses cleans up. Very interesting field for Andile Pehlukwayo. The man on the leg side also positioned to possibly take a catch. Edged away, and it's through the slips. First boundary for Cody Yusuf. An important boundary for Cody Yusuf and for the Lions. Takes the lead past 150. It's worth 157 now.
Game is slowly moving forward, or should I rather say quickly, because they've shifted gears now, the Lions. The boundaries are coming thick and fast. They've shown positive intent in the last couple of overs. And I mean, if you are setting, you'd be looking for a good score to defend here. Good ball there from Andile Pehlukwayo, brilliant comeback. I mean, they'll be looking for decent score to defend. And we're still determining what will be the perfect score to defend here. I mean, we're not quite sure. I mean, the wicket is not that true. Oh, too straight. Flick down to fine leg. We're not too sure really what would be the right score here. I mean, with the clouds in early in the morning, there was a bit of zip. The sun came out. There was a bit of bounce. So I wouldn't say that it's an even wicket. Maybe the conditions are the ones that playing the factor. You know, they're the ones determining how the wicket is going to play.
That's fortuitous. That is very lucky. It's good awareness from the man stationed at gully, because that could have ricocheted and gone to the boundary. It's Devil Brevis. Pehlukwayo showing some aggression. That could have gone anywhere, including the boundary. So important to keep your nerve here. Is that a ball that's gone through the slips for 4 Andile Pehlukwayo? So you might feel a little bit aggrieved that It could have been a possible chance to get the wicket. Good batting from the Lions. 145 for 6.
We've got Diego Brevis back in the attack. Tandwa taking a breather. I'm sure you could say that Neil Brandt is trying a few things at the moment. 2 new bowlers at both ends. Maybe they could open up something, you'd say. Maybe something new, something different. I mean, the field is quite open.
Cut away and good work on the boundary. Andile Phehlukwayo. But he is bowling the spinners from the right end here, from the golf course end towards the caller drive end. It has taken a bit of spin. We haven't seen any spin from the caller drive towards the golf course end. So good. Really good. He's on the charge. Bjorn Fortuin. Up and over. Mid-on for 4 again. He's chancing his arm. There is a danger of going across the spin here, but it's coming out of the middle of the blade so far from Bjorn Fortuin.
Brilliant and good intent from Bjorn. Taking on the bowlers. Drop short. Cut to deep square. He has shifted gears over the last couple of overs. He's taken the game back to the Titans. Shown good positive intent. Googly there. Googly there might have pitched outside off. Thought they had a chance there. Oh, it's boundary for the Lions, boundary for Cody Yusuf. Dropped short, slashed hard, gone past the slips. And that's 4 runs. Unlucky there for Diego Brevis.
There's a flurry of boundaries now. It's not good if you're a Titans player and supporter. These boundaries are the ones that have the potential to take the game away from the Lions. Healthy, that over for the Lions. 156 for 6 and a lead of 170.
In the other game, in Poch, we've got the Northwest Dragons, who won the toss and elected to bat. They're on 201 for 7. Ruan Deswat on 50 after 112 balls.
Remember seeing Ruan de Swart at the 2016 Kayamatola Games. That year I remember very well. He made SA schools rugby and he made SA schools in cricket, one of the multi-talented athletes that South Africa possesses, and obviously having gotten a shot when he traveled with the Proteas to New Zealand earlier this year, you know, showed up, showed off, and he seems to be continuing. One thing that I've noticed, Mpo, is that that's a great shot. Seems like the Lions are now upping the tempo. Potgieter came in. Sorry about that. I meant to say Fortuin came in. He's now on 63. He is definitely playing exquisite cricket shots. Fun to watch. And as you keep looking at the lead that the Lions now have, moving from 4. That's another run for Fortuin. Now you look at the total on the scoreboard, it's 161 for 6. At one point, you had the Lions at 4 for 4. At some point, you had them at 48 for 5. And you look at the recovery that has been achieved by the Lions. It is remarkable. They are definitely in there and fighting for their chances to come back tomorrow morning. Another great delivery from the Protea, Andile Putlegwa.
Yeah, it's a brilliant comeback in Bali by the Lions. They took their time, they were patient and waited for the bad balls. And equally so as the Titans, you know, the bowling has been brilliant. They have bowled in partnerships. They have taken wickets when it mattered.
I think also the conversation during tea was totally different compared to prior to tea. You know, one of the things the coach and the captain would have said, guys, thank you for getting us to where we are. It's a respectable total. Earlier, it looked very bleak for the Lions. It didn't look like they'd even get to 80 runs. I remember asking you, what do you think would be a good score? But if you look at the number of runs that have been scored, especially in the last hour, they're just making sure that they're getting more runs. With that being said, it is, of course, the end of the over. 161 for 6 after 43 overs, with the Lions having a lead of 176. I think a total of 220 is worth defending.
Yeah, Mbali, 220 would be a fairly good score to defend. But looking at the Titans' batting lineup, you've got guys that can end this game in 2.5 sessions.
Indeed. Also, you look at various other things that play a factor here in the Highveld, the weather conditions, the pitch. Those are things that come into play when making decisions. For me, I think if I was the skipper, I was probably going to say, let's try and get 80 more runs, if we can. Bump ball there. Get 80 more runs if we can. and look at 250. If we can send them in again this afternoon or declare after an hour tomorrow morning, just give ourselves a chance to try and get the full points that are available.
Yeah, I mean, the best possible thing is to give yourself the best chance. And drop short, cut past Petlekwayo in deep, sweeper. Brilliant shot. Coming back to your point, Mbali, I think as a betting side, you'd want to maximize as much as you can and give. Could be a possible chance. And Peel Empire doesn't think there was anything on that.
Well, so far the Empires have been on the spot, on the dot. And, I think the Lions are breaking the shackles. That's another good shot, another boundary in this over. Fortuin having fun out there. He is definitely taking away the game from the Lions, for the Lions, and taking it away from the Titans. And that's a 50 partnership that just took 39 balls in 28 minutes. It included 8 fours and 1 6. They've definitely upped the tempo, with Fortuin scoring 38 of those runs and Cody Yusuf just contributing 13 valuable runs.
Yes, Mbali, Bjorn having the time of his life out there. I mean, 74 of just 56 balls. The man is on a different mission. I mean, he's getting away those balls, and bear in mind that he is taking the risk of playing the leg spinner against the turn, but with a man that's seeing the ball as a basketball, will hit it anyway on the field. Got Neil Brandt in the attack.
The skipper is definitely bringing himself on, seeing that the shackles are being broken. The Lions are breaking free, scoring more runs.
I mean, Lions with a lead of 189. This will surely put them in a more comfortable position than they were at some point of the game at 4 for 4.
Well, you can't get comfortable like we spoke earlier. I spoke about our 220 runs, and you said it's not enough. I just think you give yourself a chance to have, or you have something on the board to bowl to. I'm thinking between 230 to 250. If you can get it up to 300 runs and take the ball tomorrow morning after an hour, and make sure that you give it your all. You give your bowlers, and you give your team a fighting chance to collect all the points that are available.
And yes, that's very valid, Mbali. 240, 250 would be good. But the decision will depend on how today ends, really.
So a deja vu moment, maybe, exactly in a similar position yesterday. That was the Titans. tables are turned. You have the very same position today, but different side. And you look at where the score was, 48 for 5 to 174 for 5, for 6. One would have never thought we would find ourselves here. And the Lions now have a lead of 188 after 45 overs. Very competitive game, very competitive game. One would have thought would have wrapped up this afternoon with the start that the Lions have or had. Brevis continues. Do you think it is still the right ploy, keeping the Brevis that side, because he seems to have gone for a bit?
Dropped one shot, smashed over, mid-off. Brilliant shot by Cody Yusuf. The boundaries are coming thick and fast. This lead is slowly but surely nearing 200.
What do you say as a skipper at the end of the day when you look at the position you were in and you look at the position that you may find yourself in at the end of at stumps on day 3? Do you say, hard luck, guys, we could have done better? Or do you say, guys, let's come back and make sure we finish off the game tomorrow?
Am I the batting or the bowling skipper, Mbali?
Well, it depends. If you are the batting skipper, you would have said, well done, guys. You've clawed your way back into this game. If you're the bowling skipper, you would have said, man, we've just lost it out there. We gave too many runs away. We did not restrict. You know, you were supposed to squeeze them. You were supposed to squeeze the life out of the Lions, but no. The Lions are fighting back very hard.
I think if I'm the skipper of the batting side, I'm proud of the boys. I mean, coming from 4 for 4, 48 for 6, 48 for 6, yes?
48 for 5.
5. I'll be proud of the boys that we clawed our way back, yes, 100%. As the bowling captain, and that'll be the end of Brothers over 181 for 6. After 46 overs. As the fielding captain, I just need to accept that we bowled in phases that got us wickets. And there were phases where there were partnerships. Could I have attacked more? I think I could have. Did I go the right way by having a spin on the other end and a quickie on the other end? Brilliant. That worked. That got wicket. That got us wicket. But you need to bear in mind that the Titans are a bowler short, with Khalim only having bowled 2 overs and didn't come back after lunch. Now you've got Neil Bryan to come in, you've got Brothers to come in, you're a bowler short.
True. But also you did say this is a game of phases. Just prior to lunch, the Titans utilized and got the most of the wicket and took 4 wickets. The Lions came back, lost a wicket, but scored 90 runs. And they are continuing after tea. And like we say, we talk about cricket being a game of margins. That little opportunity you give to a bowler, little opportunity you give to a batsman, if they don't use it, if you drop a bowler, if you drop a batsman, you may wake up with that person on 100, another run added to the scoreboard. These batsmen are in, look very solid. Just too shy of a 200 run lead.
I think you were on a way to making a good point that if you let the game slip away from you, then you wake up and there's a 100-run partnership. So yes, we do agree that the cricket is a game of margins and phases. There's those phases where, yes, players will go through the motions, but it's up to those individual players to make sure that they come back.
Also, you need moments of brilliance. For the Lions, it's definitely Ben Fortuin and Hamza for me, who actually dug them out of the ditch and just gave them a respectable total. With that being said, it is, of course, the end of the 47th over, with the total being on 186 for 6, with 199 runs lead, just one shy of the 200 mark. It is totally amazing to see where they are currently. If we can just go back to prior to lunch and look at the score and look at what was happening, wickets falling, having lost 4 wickets in between for an injury. It would also be interesting to see if the batsman is okay. We haven't gotten any word from the dugout to hear whether he'll be coming back to bat, whether Dwayne Pretorius will be coming back to play a part in this game. But hopefully he does contribute if he can, with his teammates having done the job in the last 2 hours or in the last 2 sessions.
We've got Tsepo and Ndwadwa back in the attack. And yes, let's just hope that Potgieter will be back in the batting. Oh, tossed up. Gone airborne, almost a chance of a cotton bowled. The run back for 2. Yeah, I mean, as the batting side, you would hope that one of your top batters does come back or recover from that injury. I'm sure we'll have word by the end of the day's play.
With those 2 runs being scored, it makes it 201 lead, the 200-run mark, which was very, very important, which was very crucial. Once you score 200 runs, you give yourself a good chance. I'm not saying it's a great chance, but it is a chance. It's up to what you and your bowlers do.
Correct, Mbali. I mean, now what's happening now, there's going to be a scoreboard pressure. 200, 250. Tossed up, driven down the wicket for 1. Coming back to the scoreboard pressure. If you're going to bat tomorrow before lunch and you're chasing 280, what is the mindset, as the Titans walking in? How are we going to play our innings?
It becomes very interesting.
Tossed up, brilliant shot, over the top for maximum. That was tossed up by Tsepo Ndwadwa. And Cody Yusuf just got under it and smashed it over mid, long off for a maximum. And with that said, the score is 189 for 6. And the players will get ready for drinks.
When we take an analysis of the previous hour, Paul, we definitely give it to the Lions. They've done very well. They are now on a lead of about 209 runs with the score on 195 for 6 after 48 overs. Earlier in the day, the Titans were bowled out for 300 runs, 302 runs to be exact. Meanwhile, the DP Lions
across the line. And that's Bjorn Fortuin, who got caught at mid-on. Now, excuse me, it was Cody Yusuf with the big booming drive, getting caught at mid-on. Another breakthrough for the Titans. The Lions at 197 for 7.
What do you think the conversation was at tea, not at tea, just after that drinks break? During that drinks break, was there a word to say, guys, let's try and get as many wickets, not many wickets, but as many runs as we can, and make sure that we put the pressure back on them? Already they are under pressure.
I'll tell you what, Mbali, in my experience in cricket, the biggest wicket taker is the drinks break.
Yeah.
After every break in cricket, chances are there will be a wicket. And the Lions have just lost Cody Yusuf. And in comes Potgieter, the injured Potgieter, makes his way. Hopefully he has recovered. He's now at the crease joining Bjorn Fortuin.
It will be very interesting to see his contribution during the rest of the innings. I would have thought that they should have given him a chance to recover, maybe if he was going to come back, but I guess he may have given them the green light and said, guys, I'm willing to die out there on the field for you guys. I am now feeling a bit better. If you saw how he got hit, not looking at the ball, he has to deal with 4 balls from Brandt. Straight off the mark.
That looks like a man who's okay to me, Mbali.
And also looks like a man who has been given a message to say, if you see the ball, hit the ball. We're trying to get as many runs as we can this afternoon.
I think Lions will be trying to maximize. 7 wickets down. They'll be looking to get as many runs on the board as they possibly can in Bali. And they'll show positive intent. Bjorn is set on 86. Neil
Whoa.
drops 1. Cut to point for a single, and that'll be the over. Lions 199 for 7 after 49 overs.
Very good lead indeed of 213, with obviously many overs still left. The Lions just need to pace themselves. We've got about an hour's play still left in today's game. Obviously, there's lots of talk between the batsmen. There's lots of talk between the bowlers. There's lots of talk between the fielding side. Messages will be sent by the captain, by the coaches to say, guys, let's go for it. I don't know what to go for, but let's go for it. If you are the batting side, you probably want as many runs as you can get. If you are the bowling side, you want to restrict everyone.
100% Mbali. We've got a change of bowler. Merrick Brett coming into the attack. I mean, he's bowled exceptionally well with a spell of 1 for 27 after 9 overs. He did well. He'll be looking to come and hopefully finish it off. But, I mean, when you've got a man settled on 87, it'll be pretty difficult. But I'm sure there's a plan looking at the field that they've set.
Obviously, also the ball coming on to the bat. He's bowled very well. But also the Lions now also have upped the tempo. They are making sure they get those runs and get them much more quicker than they would have thought earlier in the day.
And that's 200 runs for Lions, coming from 4 for 4. Lions now at 200 for 7. It's a phenomenal comeback by the Lions.
Indeed, and Paul. That's one more run added to the scoreboard by Delano Potgieter. I just think the conversation you may have had in the dressing room was that go out there, try and get us runs as quickly as you can. And you have room to open your arms. If you think about his first stint, he was more cautious. He was trying to see the ball off.
Drop shot by Merrick. Pulled into deep square by Bjorn Fortuin for a single. I think Titans are looking to attack Potgieter more and give Bjorn the singles. I think the ploy will be to go short. I think they've identified a weakness in Potgieter regarding the short ball. I mean, they've got a deep square, Andile Petlekwayo in deep square, a slip and a gully. Stuck on the back foot. It's a bit tentative on going forward. I mean, Brett pitched that one slightly fuller. Potgieter was stuck on the back foot. I think he's expecting that short ball. I think he understands that the Titans quickies will be eager to attack him on the short ball.
Like you said, it seems like they've identified a weakness in his arsenal of shots, and the short ball definitely being one of them to just try and disarm him. As you can see, he's still much more on the back foot. He's not too sure whether to go forward. If he gets a chance, he'll let the ball go without playing it. Slowly creeping up to that 220 we spoke about. Another ball left, and with that being said, it is of course the end of the over. After 50 overs, the Lions are 202 for 7 with the lead of 216.
Neil Brandt continuing. Drop short. Cut down to sweeper. Bjorn enjoying himself out there on 90. What do you think, Mbali, he would be going through Bjorn's mind at the moment?
Sure.
He's got a couple of first-class hundreds. What do you think could be going through his mind?
I think the conversation is let him get to 100. You know, a whole lot of batsmen become very anxious around the 90s mark. I know some batsmen just want to get there quicker, and if they can, they just score 2 boundaries, a 6 and a 4, and they are on 100. And for me, I just think he still needs to apply his mind, play the game that he has been playing. So far, no runs scored in this over. Neil Brandt is bowling very well. The Titans captain.
I think there was one run there by Bjorn.
Well, they could have. Should have, could have, would have. It's one of those things.
There's one run in the first ball, Mbali. I think we're watching a wrong game. Welcome back to the ball ring, Mbali.
Oh, my word.
Brilliant ball to finish off the over there by Neil Brandt. One off the over. Lions are 203 for 7. The lead of 217. I mean, coming back to that point of Bjorn needing 10 runs, I would agree with you in you saying the plan could be that the message would be get to 100 and then let's see off the day and then let's see what happens tomorrow. Then we'll evaluate in tomorrow's first session.
Yeah. That's
Merrick.
definitely wide. That's one more error to the scoreboard. Slowly creeping up to that 220 lead that one would have said it is a bit of a safer score. It isn't exactly a safe score, but a bit of a safer score. But still lots to play for.
Still plenty more to go in this game.
Seems to have hit him on his hand.
Drop short, hit on the hand. It doesn't look too good, does it? I think the physio has worked hard today from both teams.
Very much so. I think only the magic spray does the trick.
Doesn't really look too good.
Yeah, seems to be in so much pain.
I mean, if we could look at the scorecard, we've got Lions on 204 for 7 after 51 overs. Bjorn on 90 from 76 balls. We've had Hamza, who put on a good score as well of 68 of 103 balls. I mean, he spent a lot of time out there. Gave himself time, adapted to the wicket, waited for the conditions to change, and cashed in when it mattered.
Yeah. Seems to be okay. Seems to be okay. He probably wants to get on with it. He wants to get to 100.
I mean, he's only 10 runs from the 3 figures.
You know, in the past, I've spoken to various batsmen, and, you know, many will tell you when I get to 90, I start panicking. I'm like, what's different? Says the thought of scoring 100. 100 is a milestone. I'm like, yeah, but you just need to apply yourself. Says, no, it becomes even tougher to get from 90 to 100.
Drop short, cut through the covers. They'll be coming back for 2. And yes, Mbali, was that batsman a bowler? Or was he a batsman's batter?
Well, at the end of the day, the person was a batsman.
Yeah, it does get a bit tricky. That period between 85 and 100 does become psychological to a certain extent.
I just like how he's gotten his eye in.
Yeah, that period becomes tricky. And I mean, you'd ask yourself, you've worked so hard to get to 90 runs, and what is 10 runs? It's the nerves kicking in. You getting tired. That's why mental toughness in sports is very important. Mental fitness.
And I also think that once you get to 90, people start watching. They actually say, is he going to get to 100? I think also that's where the pressure comes from.
I mean, Bjorn will be fine. His batting coach is one of the greats, Sipamla. He made scoring hundreds look easy.
Yeah, definitely in his playing days, he scored tons and tons of runs. Who can ever forget the innings for the Proteas where, if my memory, if I recall, he scored 300 in an innings against the English.
That required some serious mental fitness and concentration. So I think Bjorn should be fine. And I mean, he's built up his innings fairly well. He's attacked when he needed to, rotated the strike when he needed to, and shown intent when there was no hope. And here he is now. Full banger, straight, driven to mid-on. And that'll be the over with Lions on 207 for 7 with the lead of 221.
Do we now start talking about getting to 230, or do we talk 240, or do we start talking 250 in terms of the lead on the board?
Baby steps in Bali. We'll start with 230, and that's 9 runs away.
Well, a lot can happen in 9 runs, just like Bjorn needs to get 8 runs to get to his 100.
Easy there. Commentators curse. Easy. We'll take it a step at a time in Bali. Tossed up by Neil Brandt.
One more.
Driven beautifully to long off by Bjorn. Dot ball by Neil Brandt. It seems to have changed ends to see which end a spinner will be effective. And this end hasn't shown to have that much turn. It's just been up and down.
I think also he's bowling it a bit quicker. He's just going through his overs at a very rapid rate, at a very rapid pace.
It's the end of the over. 1 from that over, 208 for 7. And in comms now, you'll be joined by Pila Sande.
Pila, who would have thought this would be the situation with the last hour of the game of today's match. You know, a very healthy lead. In fact, double Nelson, it is, for the Lions.
Yeah, good afternoon, Bali. What a fantastic day of cricket we've seen here at the Bull Ring. The Lions have had to fight, and so have the Titans. It's been a seesaw battle on day 3. And plenty of wickets, but also runs have come by. This Bjorn Fortuin innings has been special. 93 of 70, of 80 deliveries rather now. And has been the one that's propelling the Lions to something formidable to post heading into the final day of this encounter. 208 for 7. Looks so much better than 4 for 4.
Indeed, one more run added to Fortuin, was now on 94. I think this is the best ploy you can get as a batsman when you are on your 90s. Just score, get your singles. Don't lose your head. Don't want to go for a big shot. As long as you can slowly creep your way to 100. What matters the most is it will be nice to see him on 100.
He also came in at a very delicate time of the innings, Bjorn Fortuin. He had to come in and support Zubair Hamza, who was the one that was trying to consolidate the innings after losing those 4 very quick wickets around him before lunch. And then coming back after the lunch break and forming this partnership between himself and Zubair Hamza. Cody Yusuf stuck around usefully for a period of time. And that was the period of time where the sun was up. It was better batting conditions. Edged and through slip. It'll beat everybody. After taking a bang to the head, Delano Potgieter has come out in support of Bjorn Fortuin and is putting together a really good partnership here as the Lions continue to build a formidable target here, Mbali.
Looking at the score right now, it looks very good. One would have never thought we were at 4 for 4 just prior to lunch or just before lunch. And, you know, you just are hoping that, you know, your Fortuin goes on to score his 100 because he's never had it easy. He had to apply himself. He had to grind to get to the runs that he's gotten. And just 6 short of 100, you're just hoping nothing happens for him. It would have been a great one. Unfortunately for Zubair, who fell short on 68, but thanks to him, he also played a very good innings. And at some point, you know, they took all the pressure. The Lions had, the Titans had them under pressure, but, you know, they stuck to the script. And look where they are right now. A lead of 227. That's a dot. And signals the end of the over from the Empire. After 54 overs, the Lions are 213 for 7 with a lead of 227. As the game continues, it is a very crucial 45 minutes to an hour left. It would be very interesting to see what is likely to happen in the next 45 minutes to an hour. Are they going to try and up the tempo? I just think they're just waiting for Bjorn to get to 100. Then they try and get as many runs as they can quickly. If they can, put them back in the last 10 minutes. You know, having to deal with 10 minutes in cricket in the last hour of play is very, very tricky. You can make mistakes. Sometimes if you're fortunate enough or get it right, you definitely take a couple of wickets. We see Kerwin Bosch. He has been warming up in the last few minutes. I'm sure he'll be brought in very soon.
I think you're right about Delano Potgieter trying to usher Bjorn Fortuin to that 100 before going on the offensive. He's played very much within himself since coming back out to bat after being hit on the head by Corbin Bosch. So it's so important for him to also play the role that is designated to him in this partnership. 214 for 7, they can really try and maximize with 40 minutes left of play today. Get that lead up to 250, possibly 300, and then give themselves enough time tomorrow to try and bowl the Titans out for a victory.
But as a captain, do you then, if you can, try and get 300? Do you bet the rest of the day out and then come back in the morning and play for an hour and then give yourselves a couple of hours to try and bowl the Titans out and say, we've put the score on the board, now it's time for you to chase it? What happened there? Looked like he was going for a big one. Empire says no, not out after an appeal. Sees the over out. Neil Brandt has taken one and has gone for 12 runs in his 6 overs, with the score being 214 for 7 after 5 overs. And the lead just keeps creeping up, with the lead now on 228 by the Lions.
$95 from 83. Bjorn Fortuin.
Back from
That's a good stop. That's a
Yeah.
really good stop.
Has
That
just-
was flying to the boundary, and it's really stopped well.
He's
Got
just saved 4 runs there for the team. Saved 3 more runs. It could have gone for 4 and it would have been on 99. So we continue waiting. And wait patiently, that is.
Another good stop. Need a bit of desperation in the field, the Titans. 2 really good stops on either side of the field. Four away, Bjorn Fortuin. The field is changing. They've got a catching cover, a gully and a slip. Packed offside field for Merrick Brett.
Empire signals wide. Pity those runs don't go to the batsman but goes to the team. You'd feel aggrieved and wished it could have come to you as the batsman that's on the end. Play and a miss. It's getting tense out there. I wish I could see what is going on in his mind. Does he hit one over the top? And hopefully it goes to the boundary and he gets to 100 and he's now stress-free and he can play, you know, an explosive game. I just think we're just waiting for 100, then he's definitely going to go for an explosive game.
Just the single to the onside. 3 away now, Bjorn Fortuin. I think it's so important for him not to tense up. But he knows that he's close to a very important milestone, Bjorn Fortuin. So the situation still remains the same for him. And not look at the personal milestone and put that ahead of what the team needs. And that's for him to still be out there at stumps on day 3. So still important to get to that milestone, but also not to give it away, particularly with still so many runs to possibly get and bolster this target that they're going to post in order to try and force a result against this Titan side.
It's very important that he actually gets his 100. Ah, no, man. Bjorn Fortuin gets hit again on the rib cage this time. We did say that the medics have been very busy today.
Yeah, Delano Potgieter back on his back again. It's a sharp bouncer again from Merrick Brett. And plenty of time being taken out of the game because of medical attention to various players on either side, rather.
Yeah. Well, obviously, he's somebody who's gotten to 100 before, with his best being 194 during the 2015-2016 season. So it's not somebody that you can look down on when it comes to being a batsman. But for now, it seems like Bjorn Fortuin is in the wars, being hit for the second time. Noel Brandt will continue bowling with Bjorn Fortuin just needing 3 runs to get to his century 100, which would have been very, 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 very important.
$500s, $750s. In first-class cricket for Bjorn Fortuin. Slip comes out to a short catching cover. Extra cover. Short third man. It's fired into the block hole. It's going to look to turn for the second, but it's good work from Jedley van Brieses to cut it to just 1.
Yeah, 2 more to go for Fortuin. But our focus now will be on Potgieter, who has been in the wars with the bowlers and has been hit a couple of times today. He'll probably be rubbing most of the evening today. He'll definitely need so much ice and the magic spray.
$98 for Bjorn Fortuin.
A big 98.
Cutaway, Gently van Breeses is very quick. Just a single. So we'll get there in singles. Will Bjorn Fortuin.
What matters is that he gets there. And also when you keep looking up, you start seeing that the lead is also going up.
Coming tighter for this single. Sweeper comes up. Long off and long on come up to mid on and mid off. This hanging on the ring is Gently van Breeses at cover. Short 45. Banged away over the top. It's a spectacular 100 from Bjorn Fortuin. His 6th in first-class cricket. An innings that could potentially put the Lions into the driving seat in this game. Wonderful innings. Came in at a difficult time where the Lions needed somebody to take the initiative. And it's one of their leaders in Bjorn Fortuin. An excellent 100.
Indeed, Pilar. It's been a great innings from Fortuin, having faced 89 balls, scoring and getting to 103, 41 dot balls.
.227 for 7. With the lead crucially creeping up to 250, 241 is what they are ahead by. What a wonderful moment for Bjorn Fortuin. A 6th first-class 100 and one that could be so important in the quest for victory. This is what they've done so far, the Lions. Difficult start for them, as the top 4 were blown away by some brilliant bowling from the Titans. Richards, Hendricks, and Van Buren and Fagude fell in relative quick succession. And then a steadying job by Zubair Hamza together with Bjorn Fortuin and Delano Potgieter, who's had to come back after being struck a number of times on the head and on the body. He's still out there fighting for his side. 12 from 59 is what he has. And an important period this for the Lions. Corbin Bosch is back from the Gulf Coast end.
I think they are trying to make sure that by the end of play today, they would have bowled out the Lions. So who to go to as a captain? You obviously want your strike bowler to be the main man to try and get the wickets that you need for you, with the Lions having 3 more wickets to go. And we all know that Moreki, should anything happen, is no easy person that you can get out. When it is your day, it is your day. It will be 4 more to Bjorn Fortuin, taking the score to 231 and the lead of 245. It's been 2 great sessions for the Lions, having only lost 3 wickets after lunch, having put on more than 220 runs in the last 2 sessions.
Oh, fortuitous again. Outside edge, inside edge. Coburn Bosch doesn't know what to do. He's scratching his head. But all the luck and the momentum with the Lions at the moment. Back-to-back boundaries. Fortuitous, but they don't matter.
Moves to a lead of 249 there. I think we have a game for ourselves tomorrow morning. It's going to be very, very interesting when the Lions get a chance to go in again and try and get the score.
Over the top. 3 consecutive boundaries from the blade of Bjorn Fortuin. This is becoming ominous now for the Titans. The lead is up to 250. It's 253. And it's looking very much like a stiff chase on day 4 for the men from Centurion.
It is definitely going to be tough tomorrow morning when the Titans have a chance to actually try and get those runs. A lot is going to be said tonight. A lot of planning will happen from both camps. You know that you're going to bowl tomorrow.
Again, opportunity taken. Keegan Peterson just stationed down at third man.
Finally.
Breaks an important partnership. He doesn't want to go. Fortuin, but he's batted absolutely beautifully here and has given the Lions a strong possibility for victory. A first-class 100 comes to an end. 116 of 94 deliveries. And deservedly gets plenty of plaudits from the opposition. 239 for 8.
If you look at how he scored, if you look at the wagon wheel, you look at the number of balls he faced. He's faced 95 balls, having 43 dots, hitting 16 fours and 2 sixes in his innings. A brilliant innings, entertaining innings all the way from the start to the finish. How he just walked into the wicket, and the first ball he faced, he scored 4 beautiful runs. For me, that will definitely be my shot of the day. When he rocked on the back foot and hit it and punched it to the covers for 4. 2 hours later, 3 hours later, he is on 116 and walks back to the pavilion.
It's not an easy catch, that, from Keegan Peterson.
That ball was flying at a very, very fast pace. You'd swear it is a Formula One car that just went.
Tsepo Moreki. Three boundaries and a wicket off the Coburn Bosch over. 239 for 8. The lead of 253. Light meters also out from Mazizi Gampu. He's getting a little bit murky, and that's why the catch from Keegan Peterson was such a good one, because it wouldn't have been the clearest of light, and I think they're going off. But it's a fantastic end to day 3 for the Lions. And seesaw day comes to an end, possibly with The Lions sitting on a very comfortable position, 239 for 8, but importantly, the lead is worth 253. A day that has ebbed and flowed from as early as the first hour, where the Titans were able to get 63 runs from that 77-run overnight deficit to give themselves a really good chance, having just conceded the 14-run deficit on first innings to the Lions. In response, they started very well. The momentum multiplied Titans in their second effort with the ball. 4 quick wickets. And the Lions went into the lunch break at 4 for 4. But since then, the rebuild job has been done spectacularly from the Lions batters, led by Hamza early on, and then taken on by Fortuin.
So what do you say to your players this evening? If you had to choose the winning side for the day, who would you give it to?
Day definitely belongs to the Lions. They've had the better of the ebbs. That scorecard looks healthier with that 100 from Fortuin. 116 from 95, 6 first class 100. And then Cody Youssef also did a relatively good job. 24 from 33, hung around, made sure that he played a great supporting role to the efforts of Fortuin.
It should also be interesting to see what is likely to happen tomorrow morning. Do you come in for an hour and just say, guys, go and have fun with just 2 more wickets left? Or do you say to your boys, guys, leave your cricket kits and just bring your bowling boots or fielding shoes and let's do this thing? Those are some of the conversations that will be had tonight in the changing room just prior to them, leaving the changing room. And also a pat on the back for Fortuin, and also a big shout out to Hamza for the 68 that he contributed. It was a great all-round performance. Also another shout out to the likes of Kerwin Bosch and Andile Phehlukwayo, who, earlier came in for the Titans and scored good runs and got them close.
Day 3 that has moved at the rate of knots.
Indeed, Pila. Very entertaining with bat and ball from both sides. But obviously the Lions taking the upper hand going into the 4th and final day tomorrow. I think that the Empires will definitely call it a day. If you look at we've always been talking about the weather. It looks like it might rain, but I'm hoping there's no rain so that we can get a full day's play tomorrow. And, just get ourselves a chance of getting a result, a positive result, whether it goes to the Titans or the Lions. It would be nice to see a result. This is one of the biggest fixtures in our domestic calendar. It's always very interesting. It gets so much attention. And the beauty of it, us being here at the Wanderers, also there's a capping ceremony that's going to take place. It was just nice to see many youngsters coming in and getting to watch the cricket. And hopefully some of these youngsters that will be capped tonight will go on and actually represent the Lions and other franchises. But most definitely, most of these youngsters that were here were encouraged by what they see. That, as a child, that you always want to play in the highest format or the highest form of the game. And what a way to experience that. While you're waiting for your capping ceremony, you've got two of one of the best domestic sides in the country actually going head to head, toe to toe, evenly matched, evenly balanced. Interesting game.
Yeah, stage is set for that capping ceremony that will go ahead shortly. Provincial capping ceremony for the provincial weeks in December. Both the girls and boys age group provincial cricket teams will receive their caps. A proud moment for any schoolboy to receive a provincial cap. And as you said, Mbali, would have been thoroughly inspired, but what they saw today, they caught a bit of the action as they came in to wait for that ceremony to start.
Yeah, it's every young person's dream to be capped, to represent your province and go out there and represent or play, give yourself a chance of being a world star. And it can only be done through this beautiful sport of cricket.
So we'll take a break here and hopefully it will be stumps for day 3. And a quick recap on what has happened today. Lions 316 all out in their first innings. Hamza again started off well, 84 of 136 deliveries, and then they bowled really well to restrict the momentum multiplied Titans to 302 all out. Andile Pehlukwayo, a much needed innings of 88, but more importantly, spending time out in the middle. He got those 88 runs of 154 deliveries. Sipamla was excellent this morning. He got 2 wickets in consecutive overs. 4 for 83 is what he finished on. Tsepo Moreki was a handy ally from the other end. 3 for 36. And then reply. The Lions found themselves in early trouble at 4 for 4. And then recovered to 239 for 8 with a lead of 253 runs in their second innings. And this recovery will indicate to the fact that there's still plenty of runs out on this Wanderers pitch. We'll take a break and hopefully we'll come back with news of stumps.